That was Randy, I think, wasn't it? Oh yeah. I thought that was funny.
Actually, I do. May have to help me out if we get down there, but I mean, so how many pairs of boots do you have? High heel boots besides these? When I was a kid, I was born with hammer toes. I obviously never
Yeah.
back whatever.
Here we go. Mark, are we ready? Thank you so much. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. I welcome those that are online and those that are sitting here in the audience. It's great to see everyone this evening. We have a wonderful tradition here with Nampa at our City Council meetings, and that is the opportunity to open in prayer. And so this evening we have Bishop Brian Lovell here with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Thank you so much for being here this evening, and thank you for opening us in prayer and leading us in the pledge. Thank you.
We gather here this evening as a city, as leaders of this community. We ask for thy blessings and the opportunities that we have to feel the inspiration, direction to lead and guide and bless the lives of the many people of our dear community here in Nampa. We ask that a blessing be upon these leaders, the mayor and the council members, that they and their families may be blessed, that we may be able to know how we as citizens of this community and of this nation may be able to richly bless and serve and lift those that are around us. Heavenly Father, we ask that a special blessing be amongst those who in our community are struggling financially, physically, and emotionally, that through all of our outreach, we may be able to find ways to help sustain, lift, and comfort them in their lives and provide a means for them to find peace and joy and happiness in their lives. Heavenly Father, these things we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you for opening us in prayer. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez. Here. Brunner.
Here.
Jingula.
Here.
Reynolds. Here. Haverfield.
Here.
All present.
So the next item on our agenda would be any proposed amendments to the agenda, and I am not aware of any proposed amendments to the agenda other than Rodney Ashby.
Yes, Mayor, the Stoddard Crossing subdivision, which is one of our public hearings tonight, the applicant has requested that it be postponed until the 21st of August. August 21st, currently we have three public hearings scheduled, but this was one that you have heard the public hearing, you've heard the staff report, and they were going to work with the neighboring property subdivision, HOA, to work out access to that subdivision. And they're still working out those details, and that's why they are requesting the extension or the continuance of the public hearing.
Rodney, thank you. So that is to August 21st? Was that the correct date?
That's correct.
Thank you. So if there's anyone here for that public hearing, that is 8-2 on the agenda, I believe. So we will ask for a motion when we get to that for the continuance to date certain of August 21st. But right now, that's just more of an FYI that will be changing on the agenda a little bit later. Are there any other amendments to the agenda that anyone's aware of? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as discussed.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda, and I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as noted.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so let's see. So the very next thing on the agenda would be our proclamations, and we don't have any this evening. And so we'll move into the public forum section of the agenda. And just for those that are here, the public forum is an opportunity for citizens to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. And I think we have a couple of people signed up.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Our first speaker is Humberto Fuentes.
Is Umberto here? Was he online or was he going to be here?
You would be here.
He would be here, okay. So if he comes before we're over, then we'll accommodate that.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Thelma Lopez Barajas.
Good evening. So go ahead and come forward and give us your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes. And if you're speaking on, I think you're speaking on an agenda item, would that be correct?
7.1.
Yes, thank you.
Thelma Lopez Barajas from Nuestra Gente Wellness Center. My address is 2320 Big Sky Street in Caldwell, Idaho, 83605.
Thank you.
My purpose for coming here today, I've had an opportunity to speak to a couple of you. I wanted to make sure that everyone was aware. As the owner of Nuestra Gente Wellness Center and Lopez Translation and Training, the two businesses that I have, and I'm running out of the Hispanic Cultural Center of Idaho, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that we had a lease agreement. We were completely in the dark about any disputes between anyone from the Hispanic Cultural Center and the city of Nampa until we got the call on Tuesday from Officer Longoria asking us to vacate. So I wanted to come and say that we have had a really good relationship with everyone so far at the city of Nampa, also at the Hispanic Cultural Center. You know, the Wellness Center is just that. We always promoting wellness and positivity, and that's what we're about. So we've had good communication so far. We have been greatly impacted last week, having to shut down and cancel most of our clients for last week. We did keep a couple of clients, but it was hard to walk them through the police lines and the security, and it was very uncomfortable. So I just wanted to say that I hope that we can work out a lease, I would like to definitely stay there for the extension, and if possible, to continue on. We've been there for a year and a half, and we've participated in a lot of activities there, helping my company's translation and training, so I would help interpret all the time for all their events, free taxes and different classes and such. So we've been more than just a tenant there. We've been helping as much as we can any community members that come in, whether it's for free taxes or English classes or Spanish classes or citizenship classes. We have always been support for everyone in the community. So I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that we were there and that we want to continue on.
Thelma, thank you so much for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do not have anyone else that has signed up.
Is there anyone here that had intended to sign up but that did not have the opportunity to do so? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next section on the agenda, and that is our agency and commission reports, of which we have none. And so we'll move on to staff communications. And Rodney Ashby, I think we have our first and second quarter 2023 density report. And that will be followed by our public works staff communications. Actually, Rodney, let's pause because Humberto is here. Humberto, we actually just went past that section on the agenda for you, but we will pause since we haven't left it yet and let you go next. So this is the time on the agenda where someone that has signed up to speak has the opportunity for 3 minutes to speak. So Humberto, it would be your time, perfect timing to come in, to go ahead and give us your name and address and share with us what you wanted to share with us this evening. And you'll have to come forward to the mic. And thank you so much.
I wasn't scheduled to speak on the advice of my attorney. He said because this is under litigation that I should not speak, but I will take the opportunity in the future to address you.
You know, I don't know what to say because we always want to adhere to your attorney's advice, but we had you signed up, so it's totally your call.
Who signed me up?
Who signed? Somebody did.
Someone did, they did it online. They said Humberto or John Clan. And has your address.
I know my name. I don't know the other person, so
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then we will let you off the hook, so you don't have to speak, and it's good to listen
And
to.
I argue with the attorney that I should address this group because I think I have a lot of information, but I will reserve myself until the proper time to address it.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so Rodney, it's your turn.
Mayor and Council, for the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. This should be pretty quick. We actually combined 2 quarters. Somehow I missed the first quarter, and so we put all the data in there for both quarters. And again, just as a reminder, the full density report for the annual density report, where we analyze all of the trends that are happening in development, that is online on our website, and you can always look back on those reports to see those trends. But this is pretty simple. This is just going to show you where the last year's developments have gone. So I just want to go look back on preliminary plats in the end of 2022. So that's the map you see there, and then I will show you the change to these last 2 quarters. So ending at the end of June of 2023, you can see the developments that have happened since that last quarter in 2022. And those are all circled in blue. A little closer view. Sorry, I skipped a couple there. Let me go back. A little closer view of those preliminary plats. And then the list of preliminary plats, as you can see, single-family units, we have 620 that were approved in the last year, and 384 multifamily units in the last year. So again, preliminary plats are going to be your longer-term view of what you think will be coming in the future. Final plats are a more short-term view. And again, I've shown you the data on the map here for the end of 2022. And then I'll show you the change to the first 2 quarters of 2023. So I've circled those in purple. Those are all the new final plats that we've seen since the beginning of this year, calendar year. A little closer view. Again, we have the same areas that are developing to the north significantly. You can see those. And then to the southeast. And those are the list of units. 1,114 single-family units and 88 multifamily units. So just as a reminder, some multifamily units can develop without going through a subdivision process. And then short plats, those are typically your infill developments. This was 2022. Excuse me, I did not put 2022 on there. That's 2023. Just a total of 8 single-family units and 66 multifamily units. And that's it, unless you have questions for me.
Council, do you have any questions for Rodney?
Mayor?
Yes.
Rodney, do you know, once all of these are full, what the vacancy rate will be then? Because right now, single family is about 5% and multifamily is about 2%. Do you know what that will change to?
I don't, because I don't know when they will be filled. It just takes time, and so at that point, we could have people moving into the city, and that population keeps increasing, so it's hard to give you an exact estimate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Rodney, we appreciate the updates. Thank you so much. I do want to say, as Tom Points is coming up, if anyone just arrived and is here for public hearing 8.2 on the agenda, which is the Stoddard Crossing subdivision, that one is being continued and is not being heard tonight. I just don't want anyone sitting there waiting in the event that, for that particular public hearing. Hi, Tom.
Hi,
Thank you for being here.
Mayor, Council, so I'll be very brief. It looks like you got a lot on the plate ahead of you tonight. So in your packet, there's a wastewater report on our construction. We are within budget and ahead of schedule. So can I answer, is there any questions about that or what's in the report?
That is the best news anyone could hear. Thank you. You're within budget and ahead of schedule. Good for you. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to begin with a couple of new business items, and we'll start with 7.1 on the agenda. Rick, thank you for, Rick's going to give us some background on items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3, and then we'll talk briefly before we move on to 7.4. But Rick, thank you for giving us an update. And as I want to say, as Rick comes forward, regarding the changes with the Hispanic Cultural Center, it's been a heavy lift and some elements maybe that we didn't expect. And Rick has had a heavy lift and has done an absolutely excellent job. And Rick, thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure to get to meet people, and Thelma being one who spoke earlier, and really the 3 items that are listed before you are 3 separate action items, but it's the city's attempt to really try to give time to some of the tenants that were within the Hispanic Cultural Center. I would defer to legal on as far as that arrangement when we went into, when the sheriff, to be clear, was executing the writ and going through the building, it became clear that there were several entities that were within the center and some of the suites that had, as Thelma had mentioned earlier, entered into contractual agreements with the Hispanic Cultural Center for leasing space within the center. And as the sheriff was executing the writ to vacate and put them under the time, he communicated with me and the city to say, okay, there are some subtenants here that, what do you kind of want to do with the situation? So I made my best efforts to try to meet with Thelma, met her on several occasions, every day for a few days there, and Maria, who does a counseling service, and a gentleman who comes there very infrequently but would like to retain his office with Coca-Cola Broadcasting. Telemundo is one of their kind of clients. So the three of them, in meeting with all three of them, what's before you is basically a lease agreement that would be between them and the city. It's my understanding that all three had already made payment for July, and that they would be allowed to continue to stay in July, and the city is, of course, not seeking to get any of that compensation for July. They would just continue to stay under the payment that they had made under the prior terms. But moving forward in August and September, the lease that's drafted before you gives them those 2 months under financial conditions that are identical to what the arrangements were for space and financial terms for those 2 months. The lease is drafted in such a way that at the end of September 30th, unless we come up with a new agreement, they would have to vacate at the end of September 30th. Of course, the city or any other potential venue manager in the meantime could try to negotiate and bring before you terms of a lease that would extend beyond September 30th. But this would give the three entities time to continue and meet with the clients that they had already scheduled. They had conveyed to me that they had clients booked out over the next few weeks and even into the next month. And so this would allow them to either decide that they want to do a transition on terms that allows less disruption than having to vacate under the writ for 60 days. If you want to extend that even longer, it was just drafted as kind of a recommended time frame that would give them some time, but it's drafted in such a way to go through September 30th. And if terms can't be agreed upon, they can't vacate, there's conditions that Todd, as city attorney, kind of drafted in there as far as provisions. But the goal is really to try to work within giving them 2 additional months. So there's nothing more I have to really say. That's kind of the similar thing that applies to all three entities. In the staff report, the first applicant does wellness and is on the first floor and has 2 suites. The counselor is upstairs in 1 suite, does a lot of counseling, has 80 clients that she identified, and then the individual that has a very small suite, very small, that does some business administrative work for the broadcasting company. So,
Rick, thank you. So, Council, do you have any questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Rick, thank you for the recap. I appreciate that. Is there any, these people look like they're exactly what we'd like to see in the center, so I'm all for moving forward with these. Is there any language in the use of the facility that for-profit versus a nonprofit, either one can be in the building, or is it just for-profit?
well, Mayor, Council, that's, I think maybe there's a 4th item on the agenda, which is to talk about drafting RFP for moving
think
forward,
the
but as far as the
question-
current,
Specifically to the lease, and that would be a Todd answer. Does the lease actually, is that what you're asking? Does the lease reference that whether they're nonprofit or for-profit?
Or is there any restrictions on one or the other?
Okay. Todd, could you answer that question?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, I've got the lease, but it's a little bit lengthy. I don't recall a specification. It lays out the purposes of the lease, but I don't know that there's a specification that would limit that. And I think that's part of what we could flesh out over this interim period, recognizing these folks are in kind of a tough spot. And this will let us kind of look at the entirety of the purpose and make sure everything fits and how you would like to move forward. So I think it's fine as is.
That would be we just need to make sure that we're doing things properly is all moving forward.
Thank you. And it is their office that did craft the leases for us. We did not do any of that.
Okay.
Legal is the one that has put those leases together.
Mayor and Council, I forgot to add, as I go through the second tier sheets here, just for awareness, it is Zone BC, it's Community Business Zone. Ronnie can better speak to what all the allowable uses are. And working with planning and also working with building department, I know Patrick's out, but there were no certificate of occupancies for any of these subtenants that were in the entity, and that was a technical omission in that arrangement. I don't want to maybe speak necessarily to the historical arrangement as much as us trying to make sure that they come in right. So I have 3 applications that I've been able to secure for all 3 for certificate of occupancies that the building department will process pending your decision. If you choose not to grant this lease, then the sheriff will execute the writ, which means the 3 entities do have to vacate this week. If you do grant the terms of the lease, they'll continue, and the building department will process the certificates of occupancy, which is a requirement that we have to make sure that there are conforming uses and that each use is recognized within the building, and that information is also shared with the fire department. So wanted to add that that's something else that we'll process
Thank
pending
you,
your
Rick.
decision.
Really appreciate that.
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
So Rick, do you know if this building was meant to be a multi-tenant type of a setup with separation between spaces for safety purposes? Do you have any idea, or is that a building department question?
I know the building department is reviewing the original plans and documents. I can only speak to my walkthrough that there are classrooms which look like they're intended to cater congregate type gathering settings, and then there are suites that appear with the intention of accommodating tenants with being able to retain items within those suites. So it looked like it was intended to be multi-purpose. Yeah.
Okay, so going forward, we'll get that definition, then, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Rick, I have one question. How did we arrive at the lease rates for each tenant? Is it a square foot price?
No, those are the rates that they're currently in. So what, if, I didn't want to get into kind of a square, that's a great question, Councilman Reynolds. It was to honor what their existing arrangement is and really just continue that through July and August. And then, again, moving beyond that, you're right, there would need to be a more comprehensive square foot analysis and what the capabilities of each suite offers and whatnot as far as moving forward. But this is really just to keep them whole for the next couple months.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so because these are agendized separately, we will take motions on 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 separately. So what is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to authorize the mayor to sign a lease agreement with Nuestra Gente Wellness Center for the use of Suites 102 and 103 at 315 Stampede Drive, Napa.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, 7.2.
I'll make a motion to authorize the mayor to sign a lease agreement with Maria's Counseling for the use of Suite 203 and upstairs break room at 315 Stampede Drive.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Also authorize mayor to, oh, I'm sorry.
And item 7.3 on the agenda. Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. You're good, you're on it.
Sorry, Mayor, but I'll take it.
Go for it.
Authorize mayor to sign lease agreement with Coca-Cola Broadcasting Company, LLC, for use of suite number 2 upstairs at 315 Drive. And thank you all for staying in our community.
Second.
Have to be faster, guys. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So with the action item of 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3, the council has authorized the lease agreements for the continuation of these businesses to operate, and we will look forward to just ensuring that there's continuity of business for each of you. So that's done, and Rick Hogelbaum will be getting with each of the entities and for the leases. So thank you. So item 7.4 on the agenda is an action item, and this is the authorization to develop a request for proposals for professional management of the building. And what I'd like to suggest and ask the council, we don't want to move forward with plans if it isn't in keeping with the will of the council. At this time, what I would ask is just the authorization to move forward in developing a request for proposal, and that is to create an opportunity where we establish the criteria, and this will come back before council for approval. This is just the beginning of that, and then we would put that out to various entities and give very equal consideration to the various entities for the management of the building located at 315 Stampede Drive.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Will there be a task force put together to help you with this, or?
A limited task force, because entities that are actually wanting to participate would not be allowed. This will be an internal task force of city, and I believe the council members involved right now are Natalie and Victor. And then we will make sure that everything we do comes back before council before it's ever submitted, but there will be just a working group that gets it done.
Okay.
So, is there any other discussion? Okay. The motion is to authorize us to move forward in the development of a RFP for professional management of the building. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to 7.5 on the agenda, and and anyone here that was here for an earlier item, it doesn't offend us if you leave. You're welcome to stay or you're welcome to go. So just know that you don't have to hang around. Item 7.5 on the agenda is an action item, and this is to consider a request for Valhalla Pub, Valhalla Pub, located at 724 First Street South, to add liquor by the drink to their existing alcohol license, which is currently for on-premise beer and wine. Shar, would you like to provide any additional information on this item?
Madam Mayor, when we had something similar, a similar request, council did ask if a letter from the applicant could be included, and that did happen for this request. It is in your packet.
Okay. Is there any other information that you'd like to?
No, Madam Mayor. In the packet, I did have a memo that did state that there are no points assessed to this business, and that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you for going over what's in the packet so the public is aware of what was there and what they're considering as we move forward. Thank you. Council, what is the will of the council on this one?
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the request for them to add liquor to their existing alcohol license at 724 First Street for Valhalla Pub.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
And Mayor, Clerk, they already have an alcohol license, so they're just wanting to add the drink aspect. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? Councilman Haverfield?
So they are just a bar only, they're not a restaurant and bar?
Or pub.
Madam Mayor, council member, that is my understanding. They had stated that the reason why they were requesting this is that they have a pool league.
A what?
A pool league?
Pool league?
Billiards, aren't you part of that?
Yeah, billiard, you mean? Okay.
I thought they had a swimming party.
Yeah.
Billiards, yes.
I just, I've watched a few Irish movies where that's where they hang around, is in the pubs. I didn't know if they got to eat there at the same time or if it's just drink.
I think it is important to go ahead and add in if there is food served at the venue, or if there is no food served. And so, but I don't know that we know that. Is that correct? I think that's a very important question when someone's coming forward, to ensure that we have an idea if it's a bar only versus if they have any food service whatsoever. So there is a motion on the table and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. Okay, let's see. I think we're going to stop there, and the rest of these will take place, other than Jeannie, you do not need to stay for your item unless, I don't believe so. So thank you so much. So actually, is there anyone here for 7.6 on the agenda with the BID? And I don't see Amber either. There you are back there. Sorry, Amber. Okay. You know what I'm thinking is I just let Jeannie go. Amber, I hate to have you sit here the rest of the evening for this one item. So let's go ahead and do 7.6 on the agenda. And that is an action item. And this is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution of intention to amend and restate portions of Ordinance 1946, modifying the application, collection, method of collection, and rate of special assessment within the Downtown Business Improvement District Number 2, and authorize a public hearing. And do you have the resolution? Do we need to read that? We don't have to read it? Okay, so the reason it's worded that way, basically, we're authorizing a public hearing. And so I would stand for a motion or ask the council, what is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling.
Yes,
So it is just a request to have this as a public hearing item.
yes, it is. And Todd, would you like to speak to the process?
Sure. Madam Mayor, this is a little specific to business improvement districts themselves. So we have to adopt a resolution proposing what we're looking at for either new rates or rate change. And we're looking at a different way to approach the rates. This resolution, once it's adopted, has to be adopted 15 days prior to the hearing. Then it gets mailed to the business owners and published at least 10 days prior. And then the business owners have the opportunity to come and speak their mind. And if there's a majority of them, then it doesn't move forward. But this just sets up the opportunity to let them know and then hear from them if they would like.
Perfect. Thank you. Does that
Yeah.
answer?
Mayor Kling, with that understanding, I'll make a motion to authorize you to sign this resolution as written in our packet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I don't know who put this together as far as what pricing, but I do have a question though regarding just that. It indicates it's a taxing district. Is the BID a taxing district, or are they under the urban renewal, which is two separate entities?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, it is a taxing district. It's a special district, technically. There has been some historic confusion because there's a nonprofit that's also called that has been, the membership has been the downtown business owners. But the district itself was established as a special district when it was initially formed, I think in the 90s.
Okay, I think I have read that information on their lease. However, do they have the ability to increase taxes?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, the district itself has to come to the city council for those decisions, and that's what this does. It's a special district that's governed by the council.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Todd, aren't we talking assessments, not taxes?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, it's been treated, yes, it's a special assessment. This would change the way it's been collected. If it goes forward, it would come to the city instead of go through the nonprofit, so there would be more transparency. Now it's tied to the property value versus a set number. So it's more like an assessment than dues, essentially, is kind of the way I might describe the historic way of approaching it.
And it is governed by state statute. It is not like membership dues of a nonprofit. It is governed by state statute and ordinance as established by the city of Nampa.
Yes. Right.
So, is there any?
Mayor, just a clarification, and also, I mean, the county assessor is the one who establishes the assessment value of these properties, right?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, yes, what this does would set essentially an assessment rate based on a point percentage of that value.
Whatever is determined by the assessor, county assessor.
Currently, though, it is, the assessment is collected from the businesses based on a specific number, and a change would be, it would be going to the building owner. So there is definitely a modification that would be taking place. Any further discussion? And this is basically authorizing the public hearing. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Brunner?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we will at this time go ahead and move forward to our public hearings. And our first public hearing is 8.1 on the agenda. This is an action item. And the council is to provide opportunity for, we have a requirement to provide opportunity for utility companies to comment concerning the Franklin Boulevard and Karcher Road intersection project. And so Daniel is going to come forward and provide this report. Thank you, Daniel.
Mayor, Council. So in the process for the grant that we received for this project, we have to provide the utilities the information about the utility, the project, and what utility lines are going to need to be relocated. They have the opportunity to sign a utility hearing waiver form that precludes the need for us to hold this hearing. We did not receive those back, and in an effort to get the funds obligated through the state at the end of their fiscal year, we put this on the agenda to give them the opportunity to come and express any concerns they may have regarding what we are requiring them to do to move their utilities. They've all been notified of what those utility relocations need to be. And they have the opportunity to be here to speak. If there's anyone here to speak, your role is just to hear them, and there's no necessarily action taken by the council. We just have to hold the hearing and take in that information, and then we would deal with that as a staff level if negotiations, if things are brought up to deal with those.
Daniel, I have a question. So we have two other roundabout projects that I can think of right now that we've had challenges with utilities, but we did not have any comment period or public hearing for those particular projects. What's the difference between this one and those?
So the difference is that the utility companies signed the utility hearing waivers. So they looked at them, they signed those waivers, and so we did not have to hold a hearing. Okay. This one is likely, just due to the time frame we needed in, we likely would have been able to get them to sign those utility hearing waivers. We just didn't have enough time to push them to get those signed quickly enough, and so we chose to just hold the hearing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Daniel. So this is a public hearing, and Shar?
Madam Mayor, I do not have anyone signed up for this item.
Okay. So is there anyone here that had intended to speak on a public hearing related to the utilities at Franklin Boulevard and Karcher Road intersection? Seeing no one, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, is there any council discussion? And Daniel, what I'm understanding is there is no motion for this. There is no motion, okay. So that concludes item 8.1 on the agenda. So moving to 8.2 on the agenda, this is the annexation and zoning at 2306, 2414, and 2418 East Locust Lane, which was a subdivision preliminary plat for Stoddard Crossing subdivision for Patrick Connor Providence Properties, representing Sawtooth Land Acquisition. It has been requested that this public hearing be continued to August 21st, date certain. I would stand for a motion from council to approve, to move this forward to date certain of August 21st.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to 8.3 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to RS, Single Family Residential Zoning District, and a potential development agreement at 19628 and 0 Franklin Road. This is for a planned unit development and subdivision preliminary plat for Resting Rock subdivision for Sabrina Durchie with KB Home, Idaho, representing the owner Linda Noggle. I think I'm saying that correctly. Is the applicant here? Thank you, and I think you know the path here, but thank you for sharing your name and address.
Absolutely. Madam Mayor, members of the council, hello and good evening. For the record, my name is Sabrina Durchie, and I am here on behalf of the applicant. For KB Home, my business address is 1299 North Orchard Street, Boise, Idaho, 83706. And this evening, I'm very excited to present to you our applications for Resting Rock subdivision. First, let me welcome you to Resting Rock Subdivision. Resting Rock Subdivision is going to be a welcoming community and will be a special place to call home in the Treasure Valley. Our site design hosts many creative features, from ample open space, thoughtfully designed amenities, and our KB Home built to suit home sites. Here's a picture of one of our great entrance points into the development. With Resting Rock, we are requesting an annexation, a zoning of R6, a PUD, and a preliminary plat for a total of 291 single-family residential lots. Our gross density will be 4.2 units per acre, and our residential lot sizes will range from 4,800 to approximately 9,000 square feet. Situated near the corner of Franklin Boulevard and US Highway 2026, Resting Rock will provide quick access and an easy commute to the surrounding amenities, conveniences, and nearby schools and employment for its future residents. Site access will be taken from the proposed southern collector, with the secondary access taken from Franklin Road. We will also be connecting to Cherry Grove subdivision. So speaking of Cherry Grove subdivision, we at KB are so excited for this development, for this will be our first community development in Nampa. Since this is our first project, here's a depiction of our two projects built out together. Our plan is to have the two developments seamlessly transition and blend in perfectly with one another. Now, I would like to talk to you about timing. Resting Rock will be developed into 7 phases. Starting in the south, near Cherry Grove subdivision, we will begin phases 1 and 2. We are anticipating those first homes to be occupied in 2027. Phases 3 and 4 will be in 2028. Phase 5 will be in 2029. Phase 6 in 2031, and finally, Phase 7 will be in 2031. Phase 6 is in 2030, excuse me. We're kind of being strategic about our timing and where we're starting the phases. This enables us to bring infrastructure up from the Cherry Grove subdivision, but it also allows a majority of the site to remain farmed, and it also allows ITD to finish their improvements along Highway 2026. Recently, the City of Nampa and this council adopted an updated comprehensive plan called the Highway 2026 Specific Area Plan. One of the triggers for this update was that the city realized that a majority of the land holdings are owned by developers and that this area would be developing soon. Within that comp plan updated for this area, this has been slated for medium density residential with commercial and multifamily. So now I'd like to discuss the mixed-use component for this area. Originally, about a year ago, we were planning to make a joint application with the property at the northwest corner, highlighted in blue. This parcel is under separate ownership, and it was going to be zoned to a business commercial, and then our site was going to be zoned R6, similar to what you see this evening. When I had everything ready to go, ready to submit, the last item I needed was a signed legal affidavit of interest. And after months and months and months of gridlock, unfortunately, no affidavit was signed, and so we decided we just needed to proceed without our neighbors. Now, I was a little disappointed to put all the effort in and not have it part of our application, but what I realized is that this area is not ready for that intense commercial and multifamily yet, and density. KB Home and the property owner representatives recently had a meeting a couple weeks ago. During this meeting, it was expressed that they are still trying to get a direct right-in, right-out access onto Highway 2026, and until this was determined, they did not want to proceed or proceed with any kind of application. They did do a pre-application with Christie, again, a couple weeks ago, and I think they're still tweaking, working on their layout and design. So they're not ready, but we're ready. So that is why we don't have mixed use component to our application. But really, what is needed for the mixed use to be successful in the multifamily is a few things. They need a path of annexation, they need the rooftops to support the commercial, and they need the infrastructure. All those items we'll be bringing. So once all these pieces are in place, the commercial multifamily will be ready, and the city will then have the mixed unit component called out from their comp plan. One of the items of discussion during the planning and zoning hearing was what other corridors down Highway 2026 have residential abutting the state highway. As you've seen in this slide, a majority of the intersections have commercial at the corner and then residential abutting Highway 2026. Compass comments address concerns of having residential along Highway 2026 due to noise. And we don't want it noisy for our neighbors as well. That is why we'll be providing a large berm and fencing to help mitigate the noise. Also, the city of Nampa requires a 35-foot wide landscape buffer. In addition, with our berming and fencing, we feel confident this will mitigate concerns Compass proposed in their agency comment letter. For the on-site utilities, we'll be servicing the site via our connections from Cherry Grove. Construction for these services are happening right now, currently as we speak. We're connecting water from Linden, sewer will also be from Linden, and the pressurized irrigation, we're going to be building a regional pressurized irrigation system that will service this entire area. I have been working closely with Joey Palmer at the Valley View School District, and I'm really happy for him that the school pond closed, but was able to be passed. And he did provide an updated letter for our development, which he said that they'd be starting plans for the new elementary school slated in 2025. So now let's talk about our homes. So our largest customer segment is first-time homebuyers. The homes we build address a significant need in many of our markets, such as the Treasure Valley, to create additional housing that is affordable at median income levels. Within each home, we offer personalization and choices from the selection of the home site, floor plan, and construction options. This allows the homeowners a built-to-suit option that works with their budget, but most importantly, their lifestyle. KB Home's motto is that we are built on relationships, and the most important relationship is with our customers. So before the foundation is poured or the nail is set, we get to know our home buyer on a personal level, and together we design a personalized home around how they live day to day. Within Resting Rock, we're offering a variety of housing options that will range in size from 1,300 square feet up to 3,200 square feet, with home prices starting in the low 300,000s up to the mid 500,000 point. Within each community that KB Home builds, open, usable space is extremely important, for it sets the foundation of our community's amenities, pathway, and interconnectivity that really makes our community special. Here in Resting Rock, we have designated a total of 6.1 acres. That equates to 15% usable open space. The PUD allows for this site to be designed with a little higher density to allow for the additional extra open space. Pathway connectivity and walkability is a priority within Resting Rock, as seen in our pathway exhibit. Yellow depicts our regional detached sidewalks, orange depicts our community sidewalks, and blue illustrates our micropaths that fan out throughout the site. Resting Rock has been thoughtfully designed to include 6 parks that this slide exhibits. Park 1 will be our community's focal point as you drive down our main entrance to phases 1 and 2. This has been designed for our residents to gather and engage. Over a half acre in size, this community park will have a nature garden, playground, picnic tables, and fire pits. Park 2 will be the center of phases 3 and 4. This park will have play logs, rocks for kids to explore on and play on. The park will also have a picnic area and cozy hammocks for residents to enjoy and relax in. Phase 3 will be half an acre in size. This park will be split into 2 active areas, with one side having a natural play log fire pit with seating, and the north side will have a more quiet sitting area surrounded by landscape planters. Parks 4 and 5 will be our large central parks, which will have pickleball courts, playground, and covered picnic shelter with additional fire pits and gathering areas. Finally, our last park, located north of the site, is our last phase. We'll have a playground and picnic area. I held a neighborhood meeting on February 2nd this year at the Franz Whitty Nursery. I had approximately 22 people show up. The meeting went well, and the neighbors were very cordial and respectful. Their concerns was density, country lifestyle, school capacity, ITD improvements to Highway 2026, and farming of the site. And to summarize, hopefully in 7 seconds, we strongly feel that Resting Rock will be a premier community for the city of Nampa. Every detail has been designed to create a community that residents will love to call home and complement the city's vision. And with that, I would like to thank the city staff and let you know that we're in agreement with the staff report. And I'd like to thank you for the pleasure of your time and your thoughtful consideration, and respectively request approval this evening of our applications. Thank you. That was a lot. I had to get in 10. Every time I practiced, I was over the 10 minutes, so I was a little stressed. Sorry.
I have a quick question. So,
Of course, Mayor.
Just to make sure that you quickly went through the neighborhood meeting, and I want to make
Yes.
sure we capture that.
Absolutely.
So the comments at the neighborhood meeting had to do with density, the farming 2026 access. And so you mentioned working with the neighbor, answering those. And so can you speak a little bit to those and what, if there were any changes or how you responded to those?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up. Again, the meeting went really well, and a lot of points that, as far as the country lifestyle, we understand that change and transition change, that's really difficult. But one of the things that I did listen and that we are kind of implementing is having the phasing start up against our existing subdivision, Cherry Grove, and then working up north. One of the concerns that they've expressed is that they've seen developers come in, grade up the whole site, it's really dirty and mucky, and it creates a mess. And we don't do that. We won't be doing that for Cherry Grove, neither will we do that for Resting Rock. We only work phase to phase, and the rest is still farmed, and will continue to look the same. So a lot of those considerations, comments, I took into consideration when we did our design and implemented the phasing, so.
Thank
Yes.
you. So and then maybe Christie will speak to the 2026 access and where that is that in your report? Thank you.
And I do have my traffic engineers on call. If we have any more questions, we can ask him as well, so.
Okay, thank you. And
Yes.
then I would assume you'll have Daniel speak to that tonight too also. Thank you.
Great.
So council, do you have any questions for Sabrina? Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, Christie.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you this evening is approval or denial of the annexation and zoning to RS6 with a planned unit development and preliminary plat for the Resting Rock subdivision. So staff has found that all the criteria for annexation has been met as was outlined in the staff report, and these are pretty basic. The landowners have consented for annexation, they are contiguous to the city limits, and the proposed map amendment will not create a spot zone. And staff finds that the proposed RS6 zoning for this subdivision will provide compatible uses in the area. As you know, Cherry Grove is already being developed to the south. The project provides necessary services to the underserved area. And Compass has indicated that commercial enterprises along Highway 2026 will need this residential support to be successful, as she indicated in her presentation. This project could be considered to be in the best interest of the public because orderly growth will ensure that services, improvements, and amenities are located in the most beneficial locations to serve Nampa residents. While this proposal does technically meet all of Nampa's development codes, you do have some flexibility in determining if this is the right place and time for annexation of this property. Based on this flexibility and presented reasoning as shown here, the Nampa the Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission on June 13th voted to recommend to the City Council that they deny the above referenced request. And for these reasons, the city's long-range planner stated in his comments that the Highway 2026 specific area plan designates the area covered by phases 5, 6, and 7 as community mixed use. Within this designation, the plan contemplates regional, commercial, and multifamily. Single-family housing in this location is not compatible with the highway and other land uses along that corridor. The future land use map allows land use designations to be stretched over an adjacent parcel. However, in this instance, future planning does not agree with stretching medium-density residential over the community mixed use in this area, as it is in the best interest of the community or for the future residents for this development. Therefore, it could be considered to not assure orderly development of the city. And Compass has also stated that this project scores low for safety, convenience to parks and schools, and quality of life due to the proximity of Highway 2026. This is the traffic map. I just want to walk you through it real quick, and then I will turn it over to Daniel. The traffic impact study is under review by the City of Nampa, Canyon Highway District Number 4, and the Idaho Transportation Department. I don't have an update on those statuses, but he may. It's not anticipated that any comments that we receive upon the resolution of those reviews will affect any of the recommendations of the study. So items of consideration on this map in particular, the green dots show the 5 intersections in the area at a substandard level of service, but they are not the specific responsibility for this project because ITD is going to be widening Highway 2026. The red dots show the 4 turn lanes that will be required with this development along Franklin Road. That is their responsibility. The blue line up Franklin Road shows the future City of Nampa capital improvement projects for widening that will take place in the next 5 years. And with that, I will turn that over to Daniel, and he can talk a little more.
Thank you, Christy.
Mayor, Council, Christie is correct. We have received the traffic impact study and have provided comments back. We have not received the final for re-review, though we do agree that we do not anticipate that the comments we provided will make changes to the recommendations that are within the existing study that we've received and reviewed. The 2026 corridor, as Christie stated, is the state's jurisdiction. They have projects going right now, widening 2026 that will address the deficiencies that the traffic study identified there. For the projects that are the project responsibilities, they would be responsible to provide turn lanes at all of the intersections identified there. There are 2 entrances, the entrance to Cherry Grove, and then there are 3 entrances, and then also the entrance to Cherry Grove there.
So are those the red dots?
Those are the red dots, yes.
Okay.
And then future, we do have plans for widening on Franklin Boulevard. We are working on grant funding and different things for that. So we don't have a specific year for construction, but we anticipate it coming sooner than later is our anticipation.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have any comments on the comments that were made regarding, and I think it was our planning and zoning was concerned about single family going up to 2026. My understanding is there's no access to 2026 from the single family. And
from an access management standpoint, that would be the way that we would want to see it. We would not want to see direct access out onto 2026. We would want that to come out to the to Franklin and then come up at that main intersection there. That's the better way to do that on a state highway and a road that's going to be that size to provide for those left turning movements up there. It makes it a less safe option. Much better to bring them out onto the lower volume Franklin and then up to the intersection there.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Daniel regarding the traffic impact study? Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So what comes first, the widening of 2026 or the turn lanes?
So the widening of 2026 is currently underway. The state is doing that project, and they've got different phases of it going. I'd probably defer to Crystal if you have specific questions about their phases on that. She may know better than I. The turn lanes will be required when they actually start building the subdivision, and there are triggers within the TIS that show when those are needed based on their phasing and that.
I don't think this area has any widening yet. I think it's going to be another 3-4 years, right?
On 2026 or on Franklin?
In this area that they want to build.
2026. Mhm.
Yeah, I know.
I don't drive that one very often. Crystal go.
I was out to the other day.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that one's not completed yet.
That's
They've
what I'm
started
referring
the
to.
other one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. So it would be a situation where one has to go with the other. And how would that, I just wonder the semantics.
So they would be required to, the development, if approved, would be required to do the turn lanes on Franklin. The development nor the city controls the timing on the 2026 improvements, though they are in ITD's plans.
If I understand correctly, that the timing of the development of that northern area, can you remind us the timing of the development on the northern, I think it was 2030?
2030, yes.
2030, so we're talking, it's quite a ways out
Yes.
before we even get to that northern area. And then the development on the southern portion possibly would be done in,
So Christy just whispered that the residents are saying that the ITD's communications have been that they would anticipate construction starting in fall of '24
Okay.
on that portion of 2026.
great, thank you.
Okay. My point exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to Christy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the property is located on the southeast corner of Highway 2026 in Franklin. The highway kind of is a separation, and then everything north of that is still in the county. There are county ag properties to the east and to the west still. And then there's city-zoned RS 8.5 properties to the south known as Cherry Grove subdivision, which is in its final plat stages and is building out currently. The city engineering has indicated that adequate capacity to serve the property with water, sewer, and pressurized irrigation is available. So the comprehensive plan, as we talked about, calls for community mixed use with a stretch of medium-density residential onto one portion of the property. So the southern parcel of this property is actually already in the medium-density residential designation. The northern parcel of the project is in the community mixed use. So they're just then stretching what they would already be developing in the medium-density residential up to that northern section.
And the northern section is a much higher density if we were to go with community mixed use. By stretching medium-density residential, it's a lower density. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Than what we had put in our comprehensive plan that would be a higher density.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
So the project was submitted prior to new codes that were adopted in March, so I have reviewed them under previous code standards. With a PUD, the zone requires that standard building lots are not smaller than 4,800 square feet in area and not larger than 9,000 square feet in area. The smallest standard building lot is 4,800 square feet, and the largest is 8,928 square feet. So it is deemed compliant with city code. A landscape plan was submitted and reviewed by the city forester. He had some requests about replacing some ash trees that will be subject to a bore. And then we, of course, do require a 35-foot landscape buffer along Highway 2026. She spoke about the open space that they were going to provide. The slightly increased density caused the need to apply for a planned unit development. This development proposal meets all of the requirements of a PUD to obtain that increase in density. Correspondence that was received, we did receive public input, phone calls and letters. Tonight we received another email, I believe, that was put in front of you from Julia Prescott stating that she is opposed. The majority of the phone calls and letters that we received were opposed. They had concerns about traffic, existing livestock, preserving ag land, school capacity, and the visual appeal of the area. The building department had their standard comments. GIS requires some street name changes. Canyon Highway District does request that the city annex the right-of-way and accept responsibility for the adjacent roadways. Forester comments that we talked about. The long-range planner says it doesn't meet the comp plan. ITD submitted a list of comments in regards to the TIS that they will need to address. Pioneer Irrigation says that the 5.5 lateral easement must be protected. Valley View School District says that the bond passed and that new schools are forthcoming. Police recommends the funding, a need for funding of 1.17 officers and 0.39 support staff as the population increases through this development. Fire says that fire station number 3 is 3.2 miles away and has a 7-minute response time. And engineering does not oppose this request and has listed their conditions of approval, which show here and in your staff report. These are your motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor, if I may, Christie, with the P&Z meeting, was there any discussion as far as decreasing this just to the first 4 phases?
They talked, thank you, sorry, Councilman Bruner.
Why I'm saying that is what I've read and what has been verbalized is compassing the concern of the northern end with the 2026.
Yeah.
I mean,
They did
residences
talk through
there.
the phasing quite a bit. And they did talk about, the recommendation from the long-range planner and how, keeping a higher density in commercial against that frontage maybe is more appropriate. Again, you can look at that either way. We need the rooftops, we need the population. So do we want higher density population? Do we want single-family population to support the commercial uses that will ultimately come along that area?
Okay, but there wasn't discussion back and forth between
Not-
Sabrina representing KB and the P&Z
Not about
Commission?
decreasing the density of the project.
Thanks.
So when you say decreasing the density, but actually it would be increasing the density.
Well, they were more in support of increasing the density along the highway area and keeping with that
Right.
community mixed use, not decreasing it and having less lots. That's the direction I was going with.
Right, it would be fourplexes, multifamily, whatever is what the recommendation is, rather than single-family.
Correct.
Could we go back to your, the picture, how many feet, when we look at that right there, the northern edge, so I see a dotted, well, I'm not sure, how many feet is the first lot, the back of the first lot from the easement that's set aside for Highway 2026, not the current, but what will be after Highway 2026 work is done? How many feet are going to be there between Highway 2026 and the back lot, the back of those lots?
So a 35-foot landscape buffer would be required from the edge of the ITD right-of-way to the first lot.
And is that all that is in that? Is that what is there?
That needs to be revised. It's not quite 35 feet.
And I'm thinking it should be 100 feet. There should be a really nice berm there, a real nice berm that has quite a bit of distance between Highway 2026 to deal with the noise factor, the safety factor of traffic and to those backyards. So that's only 35 feet?
And that's not 35 feet in that picture. So it will
Okay.
get bigger. They designed it to our regular subdivision standards, which is 25 feet. In the Highway 2026 plan, we widened that to 35. So they designed it to our subdivision standards rather than the specific area plan.
Okay.
So there will be a few revisions to that frontage.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Christie? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So this is a public hearing, and I think we have quite a few signed up to testify. As we step into the public hearing, I just want to encourage everyone, a couple of things. One, as you come forward, please state your name and address. And then we do encourage people not to applaud. We also encourage you not to repeat one another, right? If something has been said ahead of you, you're welcome to just say, you know, I agree with the other comments, and then maybe bring forth a separate issue, or not, you know, you don't have to use a full 3 minutes, but you are allotted 3 minutes. You can see when it's over, and we just ask that you would respect that time frame as you come forward. So we'll get started. So our first one speaking.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Anthony Martinelli, and on deck is Laura Villegas and Mario Villegas.
And so we do ask you to kind of line up and be ready, because that way we don't take a minute of walking. So whoever's second on deck, which is
Laura Villegas.
Laura, you can just be up and ready to go right behind him. Good evening. Thank you for being here.
City Council, thank you for having me. My name's Anthony Martinelli. I live at 19847 Franklin Boulevard, not Road. And my home is directly across the street from this development. The picture that was shown with the homes was beautiful. And that road that was coming out goes right into my front yard. I'm a little perplexed by the lawn that was in front of my property. I've never seen any of that in any of the diagrams. My problem here is there's been a lot of talk about roads being buffered, soundproofed on 2026, and all of these great ideas. But the reality of it is Franklin Boulevard is two lanes, one each way. And what are they going to do with the traffic out of that development? They go to the corner of 2026 Chinden. Is there going to be a light system put up there? There's nothing there now. You can sit there for 5-10 minutes trying to get out onto Chinden. Is there going to be 100 cars backed up? What about the noise? It's going to be horrendous. I can guarantee you it's going to be horrendous. When they start at Chinden and come down Franklin Boulevard now, you can hear them accelerating to 50 miles an hour. My biggest concern is we're already under an eminent domain situation where they're going to take 72 feet from center line into my property and my neighbors. 10 feet of that is going to be a maintenance zone for the new irrigation line that they're putting in. In front of my home, I have two very large mature trees, probably 75 feet tall, that buffer the sound, the lights, etc. Those are going to be gone. We're losing a lot right there, okay? And I understand eminent domain. It's what it is. But there just isn't enough infrastructure for Franklin Boulevard to warrant this development. It's going to be gridlock. And I just don't think it was thought through. Why are they building homes before they build the roads? Are we going to get a road with a berm on it? Are we going to get the sound fencing? Are we going to get any of this stuff? My home is 1915, and it's a gorgeous home, but I still have the original windows because they're so beautiful. Are they going to put soundproofing windows in my house for me so I don't have to listen to the traffic and the lights coming into my house constantly? There's just too many things here that aren't thought through, I think. I have neighbors that are going to be suffering more than I am because of this. So, you know, in the vernacular of my West Coast family and friends, I would ask the city council to tell Resting Rock to forget about it. It's done. I mean, it's just, to me, it's not a well thought out plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor Kling, I have to disclose that when I was out talking to the audience earlier before the council, I did meet Mr. Martinelli, and we discussed for a few minutes. My decision was not made, has not been made on his information.
Okay, thank you for disclosing
You're
that.
welcome.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next
Mayor?
speaker.
So if I can just ask Councilmember Rodriguez just to describe a little bit the nature of your conversation.
I actually don't even remember it. I think he was talking just what Mr. Martinelli just said, just spoke about. That's about it. So, yeah. You're welcome. And a lot of times we do get the audience beginning to speak about them going to come before the council. But it's always best that I just listen and not say anything back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Laura. Thank you for sharing again your name and address.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Villegas, and I live in 7685 East Iroquois Street, and that's Nampa. So I actually cycle by this property pretty often, and it is absolutely a gorgeous space. But Mr. Martinelli said it really well. Franklin is tight, it's pretty narrow, it's going to be tough. If you have 291 houses, that's going to be 600 cars. That's going to be 600 kids to put to school, and we also just don't have enough for the kids that are already here. So I don't think we're ready infrastructure-wise to bring in more people. And I just want to kind of stress that the recommendation from Planning and Zoning was not to follow up with this, because they really stressed the point on the mixed use being missing in their plan. And somewhere earlier, the orderly development idea came up. When I came for the Planning and Zoning hearing, I didn't know that this was going to be a mixed-use space, but apparently, so the recent development comprehensive plan put this space aside for that use. And I'm just thinking, well, how is this orderly development if it's planned for something but then used for something else? So I just wanted to bring that up as well. So as Mr. Martinelli said, I don't think we have the infrastructure to bring in more people. I don't see the consistency between what is planned for the area and what is going to be used for. And then it's just so beautiful that maybe we keep it as it is for a little more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Mario Villegas, and on deck is Bo Bonds and Paula Bonds. Okay.
Thank you. And then Bo, is it, who's following Bo?
Bo Bonds, Paula Bonds, and then Nancy Trinkard.
Okay, are you going to? Uh-huh, yes, you'll be after, so you can go ahead and just be standing there ready to go. Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Bo Bonds. Live at 8080 East Drinkard Lane. I live across the street from where this development is planned, and just to give a little bit of context with the ITD, I've been very involved with that whole project. I'm losing a house. I'm losing some land due to this project on Franklin Road. They're going to widen about a quarter mile south of Highway 2026. So that currently, ITD has purchased that, from what I understand from ITD, from the county to maintain that easement, that right of way. So that's not Nampa, that's not Canyon County. So you might double check me, but that's what I've been told by ITD. We're dealing with them. Like Mr. Martinelli said, he's losing land, I'm losing a house. So, I mean, we're feeling really squeezed, and all this just keeps hitting left and right. So it's becoming pretty frustrating. So when we did have our meeting back in February with KB Home, one thing I did ask for was making these lots, if we're going to do this, RS 8.5. Since that's what Cherry Grove currently is, it makes sense to me to match what they've already, their development's been approved for. Why not match that instead of the smaller lots, squeezing things down? We're already in a rural area. To me, it doesn't make sense to expand out and make smaller. I understand we're trying to get more affordable homes, but I don't think annexing out further, leapfrogging undeveloped land, bypassing the infill projects that need to be done, I don't think that's the right move, personally. You know, I'm a lifelong resident in Nampa, fourth generation. I've seen lots of growth in my 46 years. I'm not opposed to growth. I just ask that it's done thoughtfully and, you know, with as much thought into the infrastructure end of it, because we all struggle with the same. We all are Nampa residents. We all drive around this town, and it's horrible, especially if you lived here your whole life. All my shortcuts are no longer shortcuts, so. I just feel like we're also just sprawling out. before we're done, I mean, we got a lot of vacant land south of this project that's already annexed, that's already part of the city limits. You're all aware of that, I'm sure. I just ask how about we fill that in first? I mean, it's already approved. And then like the speaker before said, you know, at the planning and zoning meeting, that was a big issue, was the comprehensive plan that was just passed. It's contradicting now that we're getting to the first challenge of this plan, and then we're already going to look at not following it. So that's questionable in my mind. So I just don't think now is the right time. I don't think this is the right place at this time. I'm not against growth. It's a beautiful development, but you know, 2027 is when they say they're going to start, but a lot can happen. Who's to say they won't change their mind and start earlier? So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling. Bo, I have a question for you.
I'm sorry, who?
Over here.
Oh.
So your property is RS8, right?
That's the proposed.
Okay.
Is it? Yeah.
What is your property?
I have acreage across the street.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the county.
Okay, so how many, if this proposal, does it link onto your property for easement, and does it take your property for this project?
This project won't take any of my property. I'm on the other side of the
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out.
Yeah, my private lane comes out and it'll make a four-way intersection with one of their.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
So,
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Paula Bonds, 8080 East Drinkard Lane. I don't think single-family development should be put right up against Highway 2026 because that violates the comprehensive plan for the long-term growth. Already the safety on Franklin is really not good. It's getting worse, not only the safety, but I know that Bo and I have noticed we pick up trash, we pick up beer cans, and there's things we were noticing just this last couple months that were getting frustrating besides the accidents that have happened more and more. Besides, we just had a fire on the corner of Cherry and, or not Cherry, sorry, Chinden and Franklin, yeah, where Berry Ranch over there had a fire. And I sat there and watched it go, and I kept looking for the fire trucks coming down Franklin. I kept looking for the fire trucks coming down Chinden. And I just sat there and thought, oh my gosh, they can't get through the cars coming down Chinden. They can't get through Franklin. That was very frustrating to watch Friday. Anyways, existing residential wells are another concern, huge concern for us. Because I did talk to somebody else who is having well concerns because of all the aquifers that are being drained, because of all the building. There are families south of Napa and in Boise that I have talked to that are now at an expense of building those wells again, and they're extremely expensive. So I'm very concerned for Bo and I and our animals and our land that we have, that putting that many people and that many houses with single in this position, I don't think that would be very wise at all. Also, the applicant that had stated in the planning and zoning meeting that construction wouldn't start till 2027, why then now do they want to get this passed? And what guarantees do we have that they won't change their minds and things won't happen in a different direction? Already, as Bo stated, our house, we had 3 or 4 people coming and looking at the house, and we're thinking, a couple people were like, oh no, we're not going to take your house. Then we had someone go, yeah, they're going to take your house. So we're like looking at them, okay, who knows what they're doing? So that made me feel really uncomfortable with people that are making all these decisions and they're affecting all of us. I do agree with what my neighbors have already said. I really feel that this isn't the right time or place, and I hope that you guys do listen to what we're trying to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Very
Paul,
much.
I have a quick question for you. When you were saying they, about taking your house, who is they?
Well, wasn't IDT?
ITD.
You know, yeah, and it's like, and besides them, and then just last night, I took pictures of somebody who's standing in front of all of our property, taking pictures of our barn and our place and things like that. So I tried to even go talk to them, and before I could get there, they drove away. So I'm thinking, what the heck, you know? And then if they're gonna do that stuff, get together and make sure they know what they're talking about. But having 2 people tell us, no, your house is not going to be taken, and then another person come up and go, yes, it's going to be taken, though, and then I'm bringing them together, and then they're going, oh, well, let me check on that.
So I just, for clarity, one of the things that I think I want to comment on, though, and legal, correct me if I'm saying the wrong thing, I think what you're referring to here, whether or not this project goes forward, that is a totally separate issue. Because even if this didn't go forward, that is still an ITD issue that probably will move forward. So I just want there to be clarity, and also for you to understand that the decision tonight on this probably has, I don't think it has any bearing on ITD and the decision ITD is making and the expansion on that road, because those plans, and maybe Tom could speak to that at some point later, really has to do with the planning of ITD on their road infrastructure is very long-term. And it's, unfortunately, the city doesn't have a whole lot of say in that. So
We
I
hope
just,
so, yeah.
yeah.
Well, and then all the building and the roads coming in, and that, to me, that neighborhood impacts all that coming into the two-lane roads, and that's where they were expanding it. So when it comes together with the neighborhood versus the roads right there, we're all feeling like what we've said, squeezed. So.
I can understand that.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Nancy Drinkard, and on deck is Robert Montclair and Shelley Montclair.
Yeah, I'm Nancy Drinkard, 8249 East Drinkard Lane. I oppose this planned development. Basically, I'm the original owner of the 12 acres that was there. It was my dreams was to see exactly what they see right now, the beauty of the property that's around us. And now it seems like the cart's before the horse, and we're getting at this density and these homes and roads and things that need to be generated well ahead in advance and make it just as beautiful as it can be, and it's not happening that way. That's my feelings, and I really agree with everything that they've said. They live there, they see the beauty around them, they enjoy it. Wished everybody could. Thank you.
Nancy, I have a question for you. Okay, so is there a Drinkard Lane?
Yes.
Is that your family? Would you share with me your family heritage? So that was your family, that lane is named after your family?
Yes, when we moved here in 67, I worked in dental office, and my doctor saw that I was raising Arabian horses, and I needed a place, and that big red barn was just a beautiful Franklin stock farm years and years ago. And he advanced me some of the money and some of the help to put a well down, and that's where it began.
And that's where
I
the road name
subdivided
came
that
from.
into 4 parcels to give one to each one of my children, and so that they could realize the beauty that we had at that time too. I realize that's a different time than now, but it doesn't have to be that we have to look over and not be able to see people across the road or in any direction and have walls around us. That's not what I had dreamed for them.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, whoa. I don't actually need this thing. Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Robert Montclair, live at 19721 Madison Road in Nampa, Idaho. This particular project, I'm about 400 yards, give or take, maybe about 200 yards away from the project to the west. But this does affect Madison Road as well. Yes, you've heard traffic. Okay, guess where all that stuff goes? Over to my spot. Still a 2-lane road. You've got all these folks coming in. My kids, I got them in a charter school and a private school because, unfortunately, all the other schools are full. And when you have one teacher per 80 kids, you were a kid at one time. I was a kid at one time. I was a heckling. I said that G-rated heckling. So it's very difficult for the education process to happen when we are overloaded with children. And there is a famous saying that I heard quite a bit while I was in the military, especially before we went on patrol. Every plan is great till the first shot is fired. Plans are awesome. It's better to plan not to fail than to fail not to plan, right? So the plans for 2026, the possible plans for Franklin Road widening, I mean, those are all great. But what happens in that mediary, that middle section? The price of the homes, $300,000. Gosh, I remember when $300,000 was a lot of money. It still is. You know, the median income for Nampa residents, $53,000 a year. If y'all have kids, you know they're not cheap. How are they going to afford a $300,000 to $500,000 home when they're living on less than a daggone acre? How are they going to go ahead and make sure that, you know, all these schools are filled when, well, there is no school? Yes, we're getting an elementary, that's great. It'll be filled in a matter of minutes because of the amount of overflow we have right now. So, yes, we want development. I get it. It brings in the dollars to help beautify the city, to help with the irrigation that you all have right now, with the old pipes and all that other stuff that's going on. Madam Mayor, you got a heck of a lot of stuff going on. I get it. I'm only trying to manage 2 acres and 2 kids. I can only imagine what y'all are going through with each one of your districts. I just ask that, you know, right now with the folks that it is 100% affecting, that you take into consideration what if you were there. Take a drive down Madison Road about 4 o'clock. Take a ride down Chinden at about 3:30. Wait till school starts and try to go down Franklin. The traffic reports are great, but unless you're actually there, you're not really going to see what is going on. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And remember, in God we do trust.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is John Wong, and on deck is Michelle Noggle and Linda Noggle.
And John, you may, thank you. There you go. You may need that.
I may
Robert
need this,
didn't
yes.
need that.
I don't have his voice.
It's great.
No, your voice is great.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor, council, thank you for listening to myself and the neighbors.
And your name
First to
and-
begin,
yeah, there
yep,
you
John
go.
Wong, 8225 East Drinkard Lane, Nampa, Idaho 83687. It's kind of easy to go towards the end of the speech and the fact of I've had many of my neighbors voice many of my concerns. Traffic currently is probably my #1 concern, just with watching the congestion and the traffic flow, especially coming on from Franklin into 2026. In fact, I often try to route around that, but I can't currently do that as they have some of the roads shut down over on Linder. This morning, I was woken about 5 a.m. by a big boom, as probably many of you were, and I was grateful that it was just a thunderstorm coming through. I do and am very concerned about that intersection, that there's going to be some lives lost at some point, and I hate to see that occur. I mean, it could be myself, my neighbors, my family, it could be just any person, but that intersection currently is like pulling out onto it, and this may date me for my age, but when I was a kid, we used to play this video game called Frogger, and you would take that frog and you would try to cross a busy road. And it feels like that because I work in Parma, so when I head to the north on Franklin in the morning, I come to the intersection and I turn left. Well, to do that, you really have to time the cars coming at both directions and try to split and come through that. And obviously, if you miss one of those, there's going to be an accident. Fortunately enough, we must have actually quite a few good drivers in our area because we don't see that very often yet. But with all the homes that are currently slated to be built and platted, and those that are currently under construction, I can only imagine before this road is even built, the 2026 in Franklin, that the congestion is going to be horrific in about 2 to 3 years. So I just encourage, I guess, to have responsible development, and I know that's what everyone here seeks. I just feel this is premature in the fact that there are so many on deck and platted currently that to increase another one, especially at that location, seems uncomforting to me. It's a spooky thing. And with that, I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Nago.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Linda Noggle. We've been known as Noggle Hereford Ranch for years. And I live at 19628, I want to say Franklin Road. I've lived there almost 70 years. And so with no further ado, I'll go ahead and speak about my ground there and my place. I've lived in the Franklin community almost 70 years. In fact, the minister, Reverend Finkbeiner, at the Franklin Community Church married my husband and I, and we lived there ever since that time. Reverend Finkbeiner was an artist, and he gave art lessons. He was a wonderful man, and I'm sure here in Nampa that you've been able to enjoy the Finkbeiner family over the years. You know, in our area now, and I know people come in and it's beautiful when we see all this farmland, but unfortunately, young farmers cannot get started. It's just too expensive, and many of the farmers in our area are deceased. And now we're looking at, like my age, in our 80s, and our kids are either young, the other people who have children are either young. Sometimes they aren't interested in the farm, but for the most part, we love it out there. Fewer young farmers cannot get started. The cost of the equipment, the water district taxes, and the land taxes, plus all of the products needed to grow crops has increased, including the fuel and the repair costs. There were some successful farmers who started with their families, and many young women are very good farmers also. In fact, one of these young women rents my ground. Some of my farming is hard work. It's long hours. I can remember 16-hour days. I used to work in the field. I took my hoe out there, and it was a long day, and I'd take the kids with me until 1 o'clock. It's a bitter disappointment sometimes. You think you have the most wonderful crop, and this is a year you can invest and maybe have a little left over for the next year when it's not such a good year.
Madam Mayor, time.
And
So, Linda, I just want to say something, and just for you. So we have a 3-minute limit. I want to ask if everyone would bear with me. I would like to respect our elder that is in the room and give her the opportunity to finish. I'm enjoying her history lesson, and not to be unfair, but I feel like Todd, am I being unfair? I am. But I want to respect our elder in the room.
Oh, thank you.
And let you finish and share within a minute or two if you could.
Oh, yes. In fact, I think I'm on the last sentence almost.
Okay, good.
What I wanted to say, with the bitter disappointment sometimes that we have on a farm, that we think we have a wonderful crop and then maybe things don't turn out that way. But it's also a wonderful life, a wonderful place to raise children, a wonderful place to have animals. We had cattle and horses, and I'm sorry to see this go. But They just cannot afford to do that. Everything is just so hard for them to get started. When you start looking at tractors that are $150,000, that doesn't even begin to talk about the repair work and what it costs to have something done. Anyway, the land is our investment. We don't have many investments on the farm because we think next year we might have to replace that tractor. And that, so we don't have 401ks and that sort of thing. Social Security will maybe help us with our medical bills. And I thank you for your attention, and I do love being one of the elders.
Thank you, Mrs. Nagel. Thank you so much. And I have to say, we raised Herefords too, and you don't see too many people that raise Herefords, so you got me right there. Anyway, thank you. And I appreciate, you know what, one of the things I want to say in society, we need to listen to our elders more and respect them. So, yes. Can you turn your mic on?
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
would help.
I'll say that again.
Our next speaker is Michelle Nago, and on deck is Rocky Baker and Jim Blake.
So, Michelle, how are you? I'll let you say your name and address. How are you related?
That's my mom.
Aren't you proud of her?
Yes.
Yes.
My name's Michelle Noggle. I live at 19628 Franklin Road, or Boulevard, or whatever it is now. I was raised on the property that you're discussing, along with a lot of property in between Franklin and 11th Avenue North. I was taught to drive a tractor when I was little, and ended up in fields all either early in the morning or late at night. I was also taught to drive truck in beet, potato, and mint harvest, and that's just what you did. The majority of the work on the farm was done by our family, so we were a true family farm. My dad died in 2008, and my brother died in 2013. That left my mother and myself. We are both experiencing numerous health problems, so our only option was to rent the farm to another farmer. We have a wonderful renter that my mom said, but the thing is, the rent payments don't cover the property tax, the water tax, and any other expenses that go into it. So every year we lose money just paying the necessities on the farm so somebody else can farm it for us, and keep the weeds down, and hopefully they have a good crop on it, but it just doesn't cover expenses. When my grandfather and my father started farming, you didn't hear about retirement accounts. You didn't hear about 401ks. You didn't hear any of that. Their investments were actually new tractor for an anniversary present that at some point in time they will sell for part of their retirement. The property was their investment. That is their, and the way a lot of the older farmers were, and still are, I think, but that's their retirement fund. It just comes down to a point that it's just like, wanting to rent it and keeping the farm and all that just doesn't make a good financial decision. So when it came time for my grandfather and my dad, usually it was either you had additional family that would take over the farm, but still help the elders out to continue farming. But as my brothers passed, and I'm the only one left, can't do it. And no matter what they say about Social Security back then, how they could retire on it, all that gets paid with Social Security is just about your Medicare. I know the people before me are concerned, about the noise and the safety and all that out in traffic, but most of that they're discussing, like you said, is ITD issues. I understand the housing being close to Highway 20. Well, I grew up, I ended up living at my grandfather's.
Madam Mayor, time.
Yeah.
And Michelle, I'm so sorry,
It's
but
all
I do
right.
need to be somewhat fair. I did defer to your mom as an elder.
Yeah,
so-
you're fine. No, you're fine. But I will
Thank you.
give you one thing. Nancy was talking about the Franklin Stock Farm. My grandfather owned that before they did.
Wow, that's very
So,
special.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing family heritage. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Rocky Baker.
Go ahead.
My name is Rocky Baker. I live at 1984 5 North Franklin Boulevard. Mr. Martinelli and I live neighbors. My biggest concern in the development of this community is the road that comes directly out to our house. Every vehicle that comes out of that house, out of that subdivision, will be shining right into our house. I have 7 trees in front of my home. Those will be removed. Once they are removed, they come in 30 feet. I'll be 65 feet from the road. When they exit that subdivision, 65 feet, I will have their lights shining into my living room. I've got 26 feet of window space in the front of my house. 65 feet, I will have every car in the morning shining in. The subdivision, phase 5, 6, and 7, which is the majority of the homes, will be coming out of that particular entry and exit. So I'll have to be dealing with that in the morning and in the evening. During the winter, when it's dark, every light will be shining into my house. That's ludicrous. Not one of you would live in my house if you had that same situation. 65 feet, lights. The other thing is where that entry and exit of that subdivision is, it's only a couple hundred yards from the intersection. That is going to be they will be piling up car after car to get into that subdivision from that location. It's a poor plan for entry and exit that close to the intersection. It's not going to work. And so that's my biggest complaint is the number of cars that are going to be in and out and then standing and waiting to turn into that subdivision in front of my house, in front of Mr. Martinelli's house. So we'll have cars that'll be lined up there. We have lights that'll be coming directly into our house, 65 feet away. And that's just poor planning, and it's not a consideration of the community that's around it. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Baker? Mr. Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
With an address like that, do you regularly party like it's 1984?
I'm sorry.
I said, with an address like that, do you regularly party like it's 1984? I had to.
I was wondering the same thing.
Good evening. My name is Jim Blake. I live at 19593 Madison Road. Directly east of Madison Road is Franklin. And in between Franklin and Madison, they wanted to do a subdivision last year in our ag land too. Fortunately, you people had the wisdom to say no. So you should say no to this one too. There's nothing different about this business versus the one that you said no to. Ruining ag land, there's 1,000 reasons that's bad. I don't have the time to tell you why, but you know why. So The highway district has already said no to this. Planning and zoning said that. So you should listen to highway district. The school, with our property, they said no because there's not enough schools. That's going to be true. There's not going to be enough schools. You have to go through bonds. And in this recession, nobody's going to vote for a damn bond, right? So you have those problems in front of you. But the noise, I'm a half a mile away from Highway 2026, and I still hear it. So it doesn't matter how big a berm you put there, there is going to be noise. Highway 2026 versus Highway I-84, now I can't tell the difference. Highway 2026 is really bad. You cannot cross, you cannot turn left if you try to do in the morning, ever. And you're just lucky if you can go right. So it's a bad thing. I left Denver because I didn't want Denver. And that's what we're turning into. People that are in the ag land left the towns because they didn't want to be in the town. So quit bringing town to us. There's so many empty lots that are going in that are full now. Fill them first before you come out to our land, okay? Please, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do not have anyone else that signed up.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify tonight that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing no one. I believe we had, so I'd like to move back to staff at this time before we close public hearing to Ron Johnson. Do I understand, Ron, that you had some comments? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members. I just had a concern that I'd like to hear an answer to from the applicant as far as the phasing goes. So I'd made a comment that phasing needs to be completed so that no more than 30 homes are left on a dead-end access at one time, or a single point of access at one time. And the way Ms. Dursich described it, starting south and going north, I didn't really see an option to accommodate that. So that's just a concern I have. So.
Okay, so in the closing comments, we're going to ask the applicant to address the phasing and the timing of the phasing as it relates to your concern, which is somewhat of a dead-end access.
So secondary access.
Secondary access.
Anytime you go over 30 single-family units on one point of access, then you have to add a second point of access.
Okay, so looking at how that's all going to relate to one another.
Yep, and it can be temporary points along the way, but
Thank
just
you.
need to hear what that is.
Mayor, while Ron's up here, if I may, I understood 7-minute time to get there. We had one lady testify that there was a fire out in that area, and it seemed, I'm sure, longer and longer than what it actually was. But so do you have a concern at all as far as in the time, as far as to be able to react to a call?
So obviously that's on the, it's a little bit on the high side of our goal. But it's honestly right in there with what a lot of our district is right now. And with impact fees, that's where we can make a difference there by creating more facilities. But just to comment on the fire the other night, that was actually in Middleton Fire District. And so some of that delay had to do with being a improper dispatch. So, but we did beat them there still and fought the fire. So,
Thank you for being there and taking care of the fire. Thank you. Okay, just so that the public understands, the process that we go through is the applicant gets to propose, gets to come forward, then the city staff comes forward, then we do public hearing. The applicant gets to go last, but I have a question for staff, and we have to usually let the applicant go last after we have questions. So I've got a quick question for staff. And it really has to do with the traffic flow that was mentioned during the public testimony being so close. There were a couple of things mentioned. One was on the traffic flow being so close to 2026 that the entrance that is that close, and then, Christy, I'm sorry, but go ahead and just stay there because I'm sure I'll have another question.
While he's coming up here, You see the entrance going into the subdivision.
Would you do me a favor, pull your mic a little closer because you're not picking up.
Better?
That's okay. Yep, better.
The entrance right there to the northern section coming out onto Franklin, that lines up with Drinkard Lane.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go just slightly north to the bottom of what would potentially be that commercial component, they have a kind of what they're calling a frontage road for Highway 2026 that will develop as an access point out of the subdivision through that commercial lot out to Franklin. And that is actually to the north of the Baker and Martinelli properties. So there isn't a road that comes like directly out to them. They're kind of between the two roads that are going to come out onto Franklin.
Okay, so I
It'll
do
be on
see
each
an
side of
access
them.
point from the subdivision into the commercial,
Yeah.
right?
Up there
Which
on the
is-
kind of the leg that pops up.
So it's the south part of the commercial, southeast
Mhm.
part. There's an access point, so
Mhm.
someone could go from internally in the subdivision into that commercial lot.
Once it's developed, they could potentially do that, yes.
Okay, and then the gentleman that we're talking about, the light shining in their property, they must be right there at the
Right there,
northern?
where the arrow is. Do you see what he's pointing to?
I don't see an access point there.
There isn't yet. And there isn't one directly in front of the houses. It's actually to the north of the houses, and then Drinkard Lane is to the south of those houses. So there isn't one that comes directly out at those lots at this point.
At this point, there could be, possibly depending on
the alignment of that frontage road.
Of the frontage road, okay. And the frontage road, is that why ITD has actually purchased so far south, is to accommodate the, no?
No, that's something that we're going to require. That's not something that ITD requires. We're requiring that there be a frontage road for that commercial piece that
That
comes
comes
out.
onto Franklin, not onto, that comes out further south. Is that correct? So
Yeah.
that it isn't coming out so close to the intersection?
Correct.
Okay. And then I have another question about the timing. So the timing of this particular development versus the ITD development and the traffic signal that would be coming, does anybody have an idea when ITD is planning on getting this far west on 2026 with a light coming in here at Franklin? Does anybody have an idea on that timing? The website says 2024 construction.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, and that's what the neighbors were telling me, fall of 2024 is when they're planning to be in this area. That's what they've told them, anyway.
In 2024, okay. The southern part of this particular development is being developed when? Do you know?
2027 would be the first phase.
2027 is when the first phase would be developed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then Christy, one of the things that I'm not sure if everyone understands, and I want to make sure I understand it correctly, when planning and zoning suggested denial of this, it was because the long-range plan actually asked for higher density, more higher density, not lower density. And so I just want to make sure that we all understand that, because their recommendation is denial, not because, it's because it's single family, which means more density, not less. And so I think sometimes, I just want to make sure we really understand that. They're not denying it because of the single family. So I just wanted clarity to be there to understand
You are
that.
correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Yes.
Council, before we move to closing arguments or comments, not arguments, but the comments from our applicant, does council have any more questions for Christy? Yes.
Mayor, if I may. Christy, a lot of discussion, and everyone knows I'm not in favor of sprawl. So help me a little bit more with south of this area. I realize it's contiguous, where we wouldn't even be having this discussion. So are there any plans beyond the subdivision that's already there as far as south, or do we have a lot of space? How much space do we have? Since we're not supposed to go out and look at these areas. I struggle with that, of course.
Councilman Bruner, the property to the south, of course, is Cherry Grove. That's been annexed
Right.
into the city for quite some time.
Right.
It is zoned RS 8.5, so it has
And
larger lots.
what is south of that?
It is going to be a project called, let's see if I can pronounce it, Haltom Heritage. I haven't received application for it yet, but that's what we've been
And do we
talking
have
about
any
with the
idea on the
developer.
timing of that?
By the end of the year. they'll be in for annexation, or I'm sorry, not for annexation, but for rezoning.
So after that,
development. They're gonna do a master plan
project is
community.
in place, would the definition of sprawl be?
So interestingly enough, and I probably shouldn't be talking about future projects, so I probably can't talk to you about that, but
It's my fault, so.
sprawl, when you are talking about density, you want more people in a smaller space. If we put them on larger lots, then you're putting less people in a larger space. That's sprawl. So the RS 8.5 that's to the south allows for 8,500 square foot lots. The RS 6, as it moves north to possibly multifamily, more commercial, higher traffic, more access to services, you want to put more density into those spaces.
Maybe sprawl,
reduce sprawl.
Maybe I'm not, but sprawl to me, and maybe I should be using it, of course, in infill, my main thing is I do not want people in a high-density area having to travel a long ways to their amenities, whether that be grocery, health, or whatever. So if we're having to bypass a bunch of ag land to get to those things, to me, that is sprawl. And I see that with Kenyon County doing that all over the place.
Correct. So, Councilman Bruner, we've had this conversation in the past where we've talked about how commercial will not come to an area unless the population is there. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg thing. There's already a convenience store there.
Okay, and I'm making comments rather than questions, so the mayor can get on me pretty quick here, but I would like to see where commercial already is, that we fill in that area closest to that. And then, as that gets filled in, then yes, more commercial will go beyond when the rooftops are there.
I understand totally what
okay.
you're saying. Developers have already purchased
Yeah,
a lot of this
that's enough.
property,
I
so-
wasn't asking enough questions, so you know my opinion. Okay, thanks.
Well, we'll come back to that discussion after we close public hearing. So right now, the reason I asked Christy to come up, because the applicant gets the last word, sometimes what we do up here is that we close public hearing and then we start asking questions that the applicant should have had an opportunity to respond to. I don't want to do that tonight. So council, I want to make sure that any questions that we have that involve the applicant get addressed while this public hearing's open, so we don't close it and have to reopen it. So do we have any questions at this time for Christy before we go to the applicant, and then be prepared for your questions for the applicant? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Christy, I'm just going through your staff recommendations. The contiguous area as far as to this property, is it on the southern boundary or does it wrap around the southern boundary? So it's along the southern boundary? Okay. And then it says that the proposing zoning district is consistent with the adopted comp plan future land use map. You say that the staff finds this to be met, but I'm hearing that the comp plan doesn't specifically, it's not specifically met, but your findings are that it's fine.
So Councilman Haverfield, we do have a stipulation on our future land use map that allows you to stretch a designation onto a parcel. You can go one parcel deep with that stretch. So if the bottom parcel of the property that we're talking about, it's two parcels. The southerly parcel is in the medium density residential district, so it does match the future land use map.
Okay.
The northern parcel is semi in the community mixed use, but because we allow that stretch, they can put the medium density and make a more consistent development rather than jumping into a
Right.
different use.
And that's where I'm having a little difficulty trying to make this work in my mind, but going further, it says the private landowners have consented to the annexation. Now, the private landowners, are they the ones that own this property? Is that what we're talking about?
That's
Okay.
correct.
The Nagels that were here this evening that desire to sell their property.
Okay,
They're
so
here
it's
this
not anybody adjoining them, because they're not in favor, obviously. And then, I guess it's to our discretion that the proposed use would be reasonably compatible with existing or adjoining properties. But it does state that the staff finds this to be met. So, again, if it's at our discretion, what, I guess I don't need to ask you, it's an opinion thing at this point.
Councilman Haberfield, it could be considered an opinion thing to the south with the RS 8.5 already in place and Cherry Grove developing out that way. Staff would find it to be compatible with what is already going on in that area.
At an RS 8 is it 8.5? And they're asking for an RS 6. So it's a transitional area going to the higher density, but now we're saying that the higher density, I think the mayor is pointing out that that might not be what we want to see, but I can't speak for her, but I'm just looking at the loss of potential commercial development along 2026 that would possibly, even if it was higher density, it'd be more in line with what our comp plan was calling for. But now we're talking about not going down that path and allowing something else to go in its place. So, Mayor, that's all I was wondering. Is I'm trying to rationalize in my mind why P&Z, even though it was a split vote, their opinion was not to support the development as it's currently laid out. So you can talk.
That's what I was trying to make it clear, that if people think by denying it that the planning and zoning was denying it because of actually they were asking for higher density, not this density. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that principally.
Thank you.
You're correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come forward and provide some closing comments, and I think you have 7 minutes.
Mayor?
Only 5? Excuse me.
Mayor,
Yes.
this is Rodney. I just want to clarify something that was just said. So community mixed use is predominantly commercial. So it has to be more than 50% commercial. So
Okay.
when you say you want it to be multifamily or high density, yes, that's an allowed use, but commercial is the primary use for community mixed use.
Is it correct to say, though, that the traffic is actually higher in a commercial usage than single family?
Without question.
Right. So you would increase the traffic flow. Single family is actually the lesser of a traffic impact.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
So Rodney, can I ask you, what is the allowable percent in a PUD of housing in a BC zone? Or I guess, would this be considered a BC zone?
Again, community mixed use is the broad category in our comprehensive plan, so you can come back in and request specific zones, so you could request a BC zone, but more than half of the property needs to be designated as commercial rather than the residential, high-density residential.
Thank you.
So I have a question. With the way that property is split, when you look at that northern area, half of that northern, even though it's not owned by the same people, that other piece is commercial.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So in that northern area, actually 50% would be going commercial because that's what that designation is.
And that's part of their argument, but that's not zoned commercial right now.
Right now.
This is just speculation about what could happen in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Okay, Sabrina, you've been patient.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, for this opportunity for rebuttal. We at KB Home, we truly understand the importance of this area and the vision that has been set forth. I have worked over the past year with your planning staff, Christy, and Caleb with engineering, who are beyond wonderful, to provide the best layout, the best possible site plan for this area. And it's no exaggeration when I say it's been over a year to get to this point in front of you. We understand the City of Nampa's priorities to have quality, well-designed communities that provide opportunities for affordable housing. And these priorities are exactly what this application is delivering. I personally understand that the neighbors are concerned about the density that's being proposed and the dense density proposed in the updated comp plan. So, as Rodney pointed out, in the comp plan, and I'll get to that page, it states multifamily and commercial. And we feel that our application is significantly less dense than what the comp plan calls for. And I kind of feel like it kind of meets in the middle of the density concerns of what the city has envisioned for the area and the neighbors' desires for this area. The low density than what the comp plan outlines, but just right amount density that blends perfectly in with Cherry Grove. And we have that transition from Cherry Grove up a little denser to when you abut the Highway 2026. We also know that the Northwest Commercial will be developed at a later time. Again, I tried to bring it all together as a little package, nice little bow on it. We couldn't get to a point where we can get to work, unfortunately. But they will be coming in at a later time. And keep in mind that the rooftops and infrastructure is really what's needed before the components of the commercial and multifamily. I think of development in Chinden Road. The rooftops came first, then the multifamily and the commercial. I live out in Harris Ranch. Single family it's been predominantly single family. Finally, we're getting multifamily, and thank goodness commercial's finally coming in, just coming in. And Harris Ranch, I believe, is at 70% built out. So there's these steps that have to be taken. We strongly feel this application really is a kind of a compromise, meeting in the middle for the city's vision as well as the neighbors' desires. Now, let's touch on a few items that were brought up. So the berming, we are going to have additional berming, and if council would like to see that buffer expanded, we'd be happy to entertain that as a condition. One of the other things that we discussed is, and some of the neighbors discussed, is our phasing plan. So, yeah, we don't plan on starting until 2027. So why is that? Well, it's because we already have Cherry Grove. And Cherry Grove, we're kind of flushed with lots at the moment, which makes the opportunity for us to really slow our pace for this development. Also with Cherry Grove, so developers are strategic and they're smart, so we're paying for all the infrastructure for Cherry Grove to come in. So we're coming down Linden by the high school. We have to bore under that 5 Mile Creek, come down and bring it all the way to Franklin. That's really expensive. So all these other developers are kind of biding their time, smart, letting KB pay for the infrastructure, and then you'll be seeing the applications coming in. So unfortunately, Cherry Grove's kind of that doorway that kind of opens up. We are providing and paying for the infrastructure. And again, as far as timing and phasing, I'd be happy for a phasing plan to be conditioned in the development agreement if council so chooses. As far as headlights coming into people's homes, I'm very conscientious. I try not to allow that. And I think Christy kind of explained that access point's actually going to be on the commercial side. And so that's something that those developers are going to have to work out with those neighbors to not have headlights coming into their home. The location of our road, Drinkard Lane, is what's required by engineering, and it lines up with the existing road that's out there right now. We are providing additional right-of-way for Franklin for the expansion, and also a bike lane within Franklin. I do have our traffic engineer, Bob, kind of on standby. Bob, can you explain a little, are you still there? Please.
I am here.
Oh, good. Can you explain the traffic signal real quick?
Yes.
Do you know when that's going to be in?
So theoretically, everything on the 2026 side of things, just looking back through our TIS, and our research had indicated everything on Chinden within this area was going to be completed by 2029. Ongoing now through 2029. So, and that includes a host of signalized intersections, intersection improvements, of course, the widening. With all of those improvements on 2026, we really don't have any further traffic issues with respect to the subdivision. They're all mitigated by the 2026 construction. The only other potential location is at Franklin and Ustick, And there's a future roundabout plan there within the next 5 years, I believe. So that's, again, being accommodating, any future mitigation needed at that location as well. So when you look at the big picture traffic-wise, everything's being mitigated by programmed improvements. When it's all said and done, we looked out to 2037 for our traffic study, and everything functioned very well. And when I say very well, we gauge things on the level of a service basis. Everything is operating at level of service C and above. So that's a pretty high level of service. When we start looking at level of service D and E is when we start talking about mitigation. So everything's operating very favorably with planned mitigation and programmed improvements.
Thank you, Bob.
So and then, Sabrina, unfortunately, our time is up.
Sure.
But we also didn't have it there for you to see it.
No
which
problem.
Is unfortunate.
I just had one more thing from Mr. Johnson for the fire. I'd be happy to address his concern. And I think hopefully that covers all the extra areas of concern.
Thank you.
But so again, we're coming in from phases 1 and 2 through Cherry Grove. Cherry Grove, as the connection point to Cherry Grove. Does this have a lighter? No? Okay. So the connection from onto Cherry Grove, that will be our one option for access, and then our secondary access will be taken off of Franklin. So they'll have 2 access points. And again, we'll have Cherry Grove, most of it will be built out before we even start Resting Rock. So that connection will provide that secondary access that Mr. Johnson was concerned about.
Okay, so Ron, does that answer your question?
Yes,
or
it does.
It does answer your question?
Made me concerned it wasn't going to get.
Thank you.
The phasing talk made me concerned that it wasn't going to get to that secondary access up there in the earlier phase going out to Franklin. So yes, that satisfies my concerns.
It does. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And with that, I'm done, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you. So, Council, do you have any follow-up questions? Yes.
Madam Mayor, one item. I don't know if I heard Sabrina's engineer identify himself for the record.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. My name is Robert Beckman. I'm a senior traffic engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates in Boise.
An address.
And your address?
Address is.
I'm right there with you.
Sorry, I don't usually have carry my cards around me, but it's 1100 West Idaho Street, Suite 210, and that's Boise, Idaho 83702.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So are there any further questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Okay, council, if there are no further questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this is the opportunity for council to have a discussion regarding this particular project. You know, I can't vote, but I would like to say something, and this is so interesting. So we've had a lot of meetings around ag land preservation. And this is probably one of the most difficult discussions I think that we have. Because as we talk to a number of different people that have farmed for years, and I think about the Nagels and what they're asking for, we have people on both sides. We have those that have owned the land, which is, I think, where the Nagels are, if I understood correctly, that it's a season in their life that they need to sell their property, and they would like to sell their property. It is letting go of a history and a dream, and I can so identify with that. The other side is people saying preserve the ag ground. And so when we have the discussion, and I meet with farmers and talk to them about this, and there is absolutely conflict over it. Because it's the conflict of someone having the right, when they have labored for years and sacrificed in farming, to have the privilege of selling their ground. And so that's a difficult one. And, you know, as I've listened, because I'm concerned about the ag ground going away, I have to say, though, that this is the example of someone that has someone that wants to buy their ground, they want to sell their ground, and who are we to stand in the way of that? That's a difficult one, a really tough one for me, because I grew up in the country, and my ground that I grew up on personally, I walked through all this. We had the Hereford cattle and the horses and all of that, and 4-H, and it is now industrial property. And when I go home, my former home is right across the street from industrial property, but you know what? It works. I have to say it works. This is residential, it's different, but the whole discussion is very difficult. And so I just want to say we take these conversations really seriously, and I understand the difficulty in this discussion, because it's not easy. So, council.
Mayor, I guess I will start. I am not so interested in putting residential right up against the highway. It's very concerning to me. I think when I'm looking at our comprehensive plan and I look at how we have it designed out, I don't want to put residential up there. The development itself is very well put together. I really like all the different amenities that are provided in the different spaces where people can collaborate and hang out. And I do like that. It was very well done. The density concerns me. I would be okay with doing, like, splitting the project in half and doing something like that on where it's already zoned for that, but the community mixed use portion, I'm struggling with that.
Which is phase 7, I believe.
7, 6 and 7, or 7 itself.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I have a couple of notes here that everybody spoke about. I'm confused when the planning and zoning denies it because they believe there should be more density. And if I sit here and listen to the people that are here, and they talk about density and traffic, that makes no sense to me as far as the denial. The denial should have been because of the density, and should have been because of the traffic. So I'm concerned about that. But the other thing is when any time a project comes before the council and I see that it encroaches into other property, especially property owners who already established their homes there and their property for the profit of others, I just don't get it. I don't fall for that. It has to be a combined effort of the developers and the property owners to come with a good solution and mediate what the issues that they have. The gentleman that from the military, he said a plan doesn't get started right until the first shot's fired. Okay. The thing about this, it looks like the timing of this is not right. And so I'm just struggling with that. And I think the landowner should do as she wishes for this property. And I feel for that. And it's a beautiful ag land, and it's always that area. But I don't know that the timing is right, unless you all can help me figure it out. I'm concerned on this one, Mayor.
You think the right side should go on it first?
We might as well. We've already hit it, then we're going to hit this side.
Left side makes the motion?
Well, with the seniors here, might as well.
No, I think I've already stated my opinion. And number one, no, it is a great development as far as what you plan with all the parks and all those type of things. I'm pretty, those who don't know me know I'm pretty blunt. I'm not going to vote for all 7 phases. I'd be willing to consider 1 through 5 at this point in time. And that's, to me, kind of a compromise, because there again, the sprawl, and I realize there's different definitions of that and how that works as far as rooftops before, but I just don't like to just keep it down. Now that one subdivision is already there, it's already started. So that's, but as far as voting for all the 7 phases, and I do appreciate the timing, but I like Councilwoman Jangala, am not in favor at all of putting homes on 2026. And then the other thing I would want some type of condition, even on 1 through 5, would be, is that on Franklin, that we have more berm, more area, and so on allowed in that, more than what the 35 feet that has been mentioned. So it's enough for me.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. Councilman Haverfield and Reynolds, do you have any thoughts that you'd like to share?
Madam Mayor, so just to follow up with the Councilman Rodriguez's comment, there isn't property being taken by this developer. If it was taken by anybody, it would be taken by ITD for Franklin Road widening. But anyway, I have a hard time with this because I grew up on a farm, and I like the ag land, and but I also feel like they should be able to sell their property to whoever they want to, and it's a retirement plan for sure. I understand that. At some point, Franklin Road does need to be widened, and I think that that's their plan to widen that. It is a dangerous area. I travel that road a lot, and I like that little gas station on the corner down there, but it's kind of dangerous to go in and out of. But they have the best chicken gizzards, by the way. Anyway, I think that the timing of the development with the road is probably pretty spot on. But we have no guarantees with what ITD will do. It's hard to say. So those are my comments.
Councilman Haverfield.
In light of some of the comments that have already been made, I checked with Todd whether we need to reopen the public hearing to allow the applicant an opportunity to respond to comments made by specifically Councilman Bruner as far as on density and phases 6 and 7.
And I'll defer to council on that. But go ahead, yeah.
Mayor, it was just it depends on what the council's inclined to do. If you were wondering whether the applicant would be satisfied with an approval of just phase 1 through 5, and that wouldn't kill the project, then that would be a question for the applicant, and a potential reopen of the record to let them answer that question. It depends on, again, where the council wants to go, but that would be.
How about if we conclude our council discussion, and then based on council discussion, we'll determine if we need to reopen. Todd, would that work? Because my thought is this is council discussion, and this is the opportunity for us to discussion. And I do have a comment on the phases, but I'll let Councilman Haverfield. So Todd, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the thoughts shared by the council. Normally, I'm asked to say things before they say what they say, and I'm really torn by this. I think there are aspects of the development that make sense to me. There are other aspects that do not, timing-wise, and putting housing that close to 2026 when it could be service, commercial, veterinary practices, different things that could happen there that would provide service to housing makes more sense along 2026 than trying to put housing up next to it. So I wouldn't be in support of phases 6 and 7 as they're currently being offered to us. Phases 1 through 5 make sense to me, but again, back to Councilman Bruner's point, if that's kind of the direction, it sounds like the council might be leaning. I'd like to hear what the applicant would say to that. But at this point, I couldn't support it in its current form.
So I would like to ask staff to put the document on that reflects the various phases, because one of the things that as I'm looking at these phases, candidly, phase up to phase 6 makes sense. It's phase 7 that the northern portion of phase 7 would be the request possibly to go commercial. You could even leave some of the southern phase 7 as residential, but it's I think it's that. I'm looking in my packet, so I think if you go up a little bit, you see the various phases.
Page 384.
Or, yeah, 384 in our packet is actually the graphic that shows the various phases. Right there is one, right there. Let's look at that one. Nope, let's go. Okay. Oops.
There you go.
Right there. Okay, so that's it. Phase 7 is the phase actually, because phase 6 really works within the traffic flow. It's phase 7 that's the very northern phase that aligns well with the commercial, with the other area. So I guess the question that I would have, and I think we will probably need to reopen public hearing, but I would like to ask Todd, because this is an annexation. And we have the liberty of going ahead and moving forward with whatever that recommendation is. With that, right, we could say, yes, we would approve the annexation with the change of phase 7 into to come back with some type of a plan that incorporates commercial into phase 7. Is that correct?
So I guess I want to be clear, Mayor, as in you would not annex phase 7 and ask them to come back, or you would annex and ask them to come back?
We would annex and ask them to come back with a design, a redesign of phase 7. Is that what I'm hearing from, if that's what I'm hearing from council?
Mayor, I do have one other question after you're complete, though.
No, that's it for me.
Well, can we?
I'm sorry, Todd.
Go ahead, Todd.
Follow up there, you do have to, if you're annexing, have to establish zoning. And
right.
So that's what it depends on what you're contemplating there for the zoning of that property on phase 7. And
well, you could leave the zoning the same zoning as is currently in the future land use map, which is the community mixed use zoning.
so I'm a little concerned, Mayor, if the whole request was RS6 and you're doing something different. That's not necessarily less dense. That there would, I'm worried that there wouldn't be, maybe it wouldn't fit within the notice for the hearing if you were to make that some kind of commercial when it's been noticed for RS6.
Okay, Rodney, how do you handle that?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe show you the parcel lines, just so you're clearly seeing where these parcels are divided. So this is, on the screen, this is all one parcel right here. Yep. Yeah, let me click on it and show you. So there's the one parcel. This is not a part of that parcel. And then it divides right here. So phase 5 is right down here at this southern boundary, but it is included, a portion of phase 5 is included in this parcel here. Phase 6 is right in this area, and then phase 7 is here. So the challenge, I believe, the challenge is
parcels.
The parcel situation. And if you were to annex the property, you couldn't annex it, I believe, to a zone that was not advertised for this public hearing. So if it were to be zoned, it'd have to go with what they had requested. So really, you couldn't, if you're not ready to move forward on this, then you really can't annex that northern portion of the property, or of the project.
Okay.
I'm Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Okay, Todd, so this is what I want to understand. The developer makes his plans, makes his project and proposal, brings it forward to the council. In a matter of 5 minutes, we can change it. I don't agree with that. They need to go back and take in consideration what we've just said and either deny or approve this project. Let them make that determination, not us. What are we doing if we say, we'll take number 5, number 6, and I say no on all of them? If I vote no on that, that means I vote yes on the project, and I don't. So that's what you're forcing me to do here, and I think that's not
You can still.
in our best interest right now.
Mayor, my one question, if I may, on parcel 6.
Let him answer the question first.
I think if there was a question there, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, you certainly have that option. You could say, no, we're going to deny it, here's the direction we're going to give you, here's what we want to see. Could annex 1 through 5 and zone it as proposed. That's less than what's being applied for. But it's within the notice. So you're saying we're going to do less than what they're requesting if they're willing to go along with that. If that doesn't, sync what they're proposing. So you could do either one.
I just want to clarify.
Okay, so Councilman Haverfield?
So in the notice, it does say a potential development agreement. Can a development agreement be placed on phases 6 and 7 other than what is being proposed?
When you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, when you annex, you have to establish zoning. And then your development agreement can make some adjustments to that, but you can't annex without establishing the zoning.
Except we're not allowed, if I understood you correctly, we're not allowed to change the zoning any different than what was requested because of the density.
In this case, I would say they asked for RS6. I don't think you could approve commercial with what's been noticed, or
Right.
mixed use or something like that.
Community mixed use, which is a higher density and commercial, we couldn't approve it.
So, Mayor, I thought I heard Rodney say that they could zone that as a BC. Did you not say that earlier in the evening?
I did say that Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, I did say that because what I'm referring to is the comprehensive plan allows that zone. But we have published to the public a certain zone that they are requesting for annexation. So because they haven't said BC at this point, we don't have the authority to give them the approval for a BC zone. We can either deny it or approve it according to what they've requested. And then, as you pointed out, I think a development agreement could give some restrictions on it, but you're kind of limited to the R6 zone at this point, because that's what was
Councilman
requested.
Haverfield, yes.
So, Mayor, back to Todd. If we were to continue this or ask them to go back and recraft it, is it in their best interest to have this continued to another date certain, or to deny it tonight with an understanding of what we're seeking to allow in the future?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, if you're asking them to make some modifications based on your comment, if it entails different zoning, I think you've got to renotice it and go back through whatever the proposed zoning might be.
Would that be back through P and Z as well?
Starting over again.
So it would be a denial then tonight.
Can I ask another question? I'm just thinking about one of the concerns has to do with having single family up next to 2026. Within the development agreement, I'm just thinking if we did approve it, could we actually say that we have a barrier of a minimum of 100 feet from 2026 before the backyards could begin in phase 7, which would reduce the density and it wouldn't put it up against 2026 to allow for greater berming and greater setback. But there's no way that you can put commercial in there, is that right? Based on the RS6 zoning would not allow for any commercial to go. If we had a setback that was extensive from 2026, there's no way in the current zoning request that a commercial could be put in there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mayor, I still have a question on parcel 6. So access, how far away is access in and out if parcel 6 is allowed to 2026 compared to if we just went with 5? Daniel, that's probably your question. What's about the approximate distance?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, are you talking about access to Franklin Road or access to 2026?
I'm talking about the distance from 2026 south to, what I was understanding before is we've been talking about 200 yards, or whatever, and with the question of backup of traffic and so on, coming out of that subdivision. So does not having Phase 6 involved in that, does that help that situation at all?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, I don't believe that would make any change. The parcel that is not a part of this application at the southeast corner of Franklin and 2026, the access for that, I would anticipate that roadway that they've stubbed out would continue on and connect at Franklin. That would be an acceptable point of access based on the city standards.
Okay. Do you know approximately what that distance would be?
It's about 1,000 feet.
And that is north of the entrance into the subdivision. So that's a secondary, and that's the one that's entering into, but that's not part of this decision, because that particular entrance is part of the other phase of property that is not included in this at all.
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, I apologize, I misstated. To the current proposed access is 1,000 feet. To where that other road would come out, it's approximately 700 feet south of 2026, which is still well within our policy to allow an access within that distance. There would, the stacking, it would boggle my mind to see stacking back that far. Once it's signalized.
Once it's signalized, but from the engineering that we were hearing, I'm sorry, Mayor, what were you hearing that it might, are we hearing 26 or were we hearing possibly not until 29?
No, the signal was 24. Is that correct? The signal at Franklin?
So I believe that will be part of their project with construction starting in 2024. It would likely be, with the size of that project, it's likely a multi-year project, but still with the phasing that they've proposed, the onboarding of the traffic there, I would anticipate that the construction that would be happening on 2026 would accommodate the time frame that they've proposed on these phasings.
In other words, if we anticipate construction on 2026, beginning possibly in 24, it should be completed by 26, and the first phase doesn't even begin until 27. So getting the infrastructure in ahead of this, other than the Franklin widening, may not be done. But are we requiring turn lanes off of Franklin as part of this?
Madam Mayor, their traffic study has identified turn lanes at 4 different intersections on Franklin Road.
That they're required to put in?
That they will be required to install when they do their construction if this project is approved.
Okay. So I guess the question is, council, if we deny it, we're going to go back and ask for the community mixed use probably would be what you would be asking for. I think we've answered about every other question regarding the traffic and the timing of this. The phasing works from a traffic perspective. The question is, what do you do with phase 7 or, right, phase 6, actually. I know it's a zoning piece, so what is the will of the council? Okay. Yes?
I'll go ahead and wade in on this. I believe in private property rights. I believe that that's, it's important that we maintain that understanding that people have the right to do this. But I just look at this and I look at the concerns that have been raised by those that have come this evening. We've listened to their concerns about bicycle and road safety, preservation of ag land, traffic development, all the things that are listed in our packet. And then looking at the commission concerns at the P&Z level, they've stated some things that I think are valid. And my concern about homes right up on 2026 is something that we've talked through this evening. I just don't think that the timing is right for this, so I will make a motion to deny the annexation and zoning to RS6 for this development as proposed.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. So I think it's important that council, that staff, that we have the opportunity for the developer to understand if it's been denied, what is next for them. So Rodney, do you have a question? I see that question right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the findings are clearly stated. I think we've heard some discussion about that it doesn't meet the comprehensive plan, future land use map, it's not consistent with that.
For denial as stated in the staff report.
Yeah, and there are findings for denial in the staff report, I just didn't hear that stated.
It wasn't stated, and so I'm sorry. So let's go back to the motion.
What page
And
is that
Todd,
on?
what do we do with that? Because it wasn't, if we could go back to the motion on the screen, then we can make sure that the motion matches the denial and we do it appropriately.
Okay. So you want me to restate my motion?
Todd, what do we do with that? Because it's a point of order, and I'm not sure what to do with it. Or do we come back and just address that the denial is based on the findings as stated in the staff report?
Did I not say that?
He did say that? So the denial is, you did in your motion say that the denial is based on the findings in the staff report?
As stated in our staff report.
Okay, well, then maybe we are there. I'm sorry I missed it. We're fine then. Thank you. Appreciate it for clarifying. Okay. That concludes that item unless there's anything else we need to clarify. Are we done? Are we good? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are done with that hearing, and you guys can go home now. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to take just a moment break before we move into public hearing. We've got 2 more public hearings, and we've been here for just short of 3 hours, so I'd like to take a very quick 5-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Karen?
Yeah.
All
There we
three of
go.
them?
Actually, we only have, yeah, the last one will be fast. Well, excuse me, we're ready for 8-4. Then we have 5, and then we have 6. So we have 3 public hearings left.
The motion to close them.
I think we need to get started. So are we all here? We're almost all here. Let's go. Okay, so we're ready to move forward with action item 8-4. This is annexation and zoning to RS4 on 43.81 acres. And then on 5.88 acres to community business, and 4.1 acres, whoops, I said that wrong, RMH, and, do I have to get it right? Okay, there we go.
We know what you meant.
It's not a question for your lawyer. Let me get it right here. Okay, so it's RS4 on 43.81 acres, RMH multifamily residential on 5.8 acres, and then community business on 4.01 acres for a total of 53.71 acres and a potential development agreement. This is for the Northland subdivision at 0 Prescott Lane for Providence Properties. And is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. Hopefully I got that right.
You know what? I don't know if I got my numbers right. We'll see.
Okay.
It was very close.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Connor. Address is 701 South Allen Street, Meridian, Idaho. Thank you again for having me tonight. If it's possible, can I make a comment about the first public hearing item, the Stoddard Crossing one, before I get started on this one? Or should I not even touch it if it's this hearing?
Thinking probably not.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So tonight, as Mayor said, we are, come on. Hey, Parker. No. Thanks for pausing the time.
Parker, you're eating up all of his time, you know
I got an
that?
extra second. Is it working now? Is it? Okay. Perfect. So as the mayor said, we are requesting annexation of 53.7 acres, RS4 zone. This is the majority of the project, 43 acres, RMH at about 5.5 acres, and 3 acres of BC zone in the southeast corner. Totals 226 single-family lots, 17 fourplex lots, and the 4 commercial BC lots. So just for location of the vicinity map, it is located on the east side of Franklin Boulevard and the north side of Ustick, as shown in red. The project that was just before this is shown here at that yellow KB dot, just north of that. So it's about a mile and a half south of that, and about a mile north of our Franklin North project, which we are currently building in and working on. And actually have some commercial property there that's under contract. We're talking about kind of how development needs rooftops and things like that. So commercial is coming to the area, so it's a pretty exciting time there. This shows a little bit of where the schools are, where the new school site is located. We supported the school bond fully, reached out to our HOAs to support that, and we're really happy that Valley View passed their bond, and there's a school site very close to this project. It's also close to Ridgeview High School. The comprehensive plan, when we submitted this project last year, it showed majority of the site is residential mixed use, with the corner of it being community mixed use. Today, this is what the plan looks like as residential mixed use. The project that we're proposing to you today is in line with this residential mixed use there, with the commercial piece as well as the residential piece. The zoning map, so we are proposing something very similar to what is south of us. It was the Trestle Creek subdivision. You all approved the annexation of that about 1.5 years ago. We are trying to be immediately compatible with our adjoining properties. You can see it almost kind of mirrors itself with BC zone at the corner of Prescott and Ustick, and RMH zone, and then the RS4 zone there. This shows our preliminary plat, so looking a little bit closer at it. We do have 226 single-family lots, 17 fourplex lots, and then the 4 commercial lots. Our gross density is just over 5 units, and then net density is 6.7 units per acre. We are requesting a variance. Within that RS4 zone, the maximum lot size you can have is 7,000 square feet. We have quite a few lots that are greater than that. So 2 lots are actually 11,000 square feet. We're trying to kind of expand a little bit on that and within that zone. We also, within this zone, that RS4 allows you to go to a minimum lot size of 3,200 square feet. Our minimum lot size is actually 4,430. So we're not even really getting that close to that minimum lot size. So it's kind of a larger it's RS4 plus, as if I could describe it. It's a little bit on the larger side of an RS4. And the reasoning there is when we submitted this particular project, we had to have that square footage size to match the 40-foot lots that we were trying to build here. So the lots in blue are 40-foot lot, kind of bread and butter, single-family lots. We try to have those as kind of our first-time home buyers, move-down buyers, more lowercase affordable lot, if high 300s is even affordable. And then we have kind of our 50-foot wide single-family lots shown in that peach color. And then what you see in green is open space. That drainage area will be kind of the drainage area for the site. There is pretty high groundwater here because it's been flood irrigated for years and years and years. And so we don't think the groundwater is as high as it is. So we're working with staff and with engineering to making sure that we follow the best engineering practices for making sure our open space areas are usable open space and not just drainage areas, whether it's done with a seepage bed. So that's kind of an ongoing project that we're going to have to work with when we get into the true engineering of the project and we stop flood irrigating the hayfield. Our kind of typical 40-foot wide homes shown here. There's a very high demand for the new contemporary plans that we have. And I'll kind of get into this a little bit later, but we have a whole crop of new products coming in with the new acquisition of Hubble Homes that happened last month or a couple months ago, of a bunch of new high-end stuff that we're really excited about, but we're starting to introduce slowly into the market. This shows our 50-foot wide lots here. And our fourplex concepts, we are not going to be the builders of the fourplex lots. We're strictly with our new ownership, strictly single family. So this will be hopefully zoned and annexed as fourplex, but these actually will go to a different developer who will have to do their own design review for the RMH zone within that fourplex area. Historically, we've built kind of those pinwheel plans as well as the walk-up plans as shown here. But as far as building of the multifamily units, we are not doing that personally. It'll be Providence Holdings, which was our previous owner, Don Hubble, is controlling that piece. So he's going to be a partner on this project, as well as Don Brandt, I'm sure you all know is a big asset in the community, and this is part of his investment as well. So it's kind of this partnership. Open space, we do have about 4 open space areas. We do have the central green area, which is proposing a large park and a pavilion. We are doing kind of a pretty detailed research of what would be the most desirable amenities for this area. We have this new kind of program called Insight, where it looks at demographics and looks at trends and what people in this particular area in this market really want as far as amenities, whether it's things that are focused more towards kids like a Gaga pit, or things made for active adults like a bocce ball pit, more pathways and walkways. So we're kind of going back and forth on what amenities fit best here. And I was just talking to Doug about kind of the city's kind of spearheading and more an investment in how they score amenities and how subdivisions are addressed in that sense. And so we're trying to focus on what's going to work best for this community. I will say for the RMH portion, we do have a dedicated park area in there with their own amenity within that RMH zone. That's shown kind of right here, right in the middle of that project. You can see there's a park. So they have their own dedicated park within that RMH zone, which we found has been really important for the folks who live in that sort of housing. Our commercial portion, again, this is BC zone. We, again, are not going to be the particular builders here, so the next round of developers would have to go through the design review process for this particular site. But that this zone being neighbor or residential mixed use would be something like a daycare, a restaurant, maybe small boutique retail, things like that for this particular area, and it would fit well and kind of have a nice mixed use concept. People can easily bike to the coffee shop or to the ice cream store or whatnot, and it's a big asset for the community. And this project actually, with it being the mixed use, kind of forced us to be a little bit more creative and think outside the box as far as how these things are all connected with pathways and trying to build like a full, complete community there. Just some engineering details. So this, with us, with CBH, and with Jackson's, we've been working with the city on the Purdom sewer extension, and I don't know if Daniel wants to speak more about this later, but it's a very deep, very expensive sewer line that runs from that red dot that will run eventually all the way to 11th Avenue. And it takes, I think the city's already kind of dedicated funds to this particular project. It's going to take the private developer community to also invest funds to bring the sewer online. And it's going to obviously benefit these neighborhood properties, but it's something that's been a priority of the city to make sure that happens. And it all kind of eventually connects, because Ustick is one of the two interchanges of Highway 16 further down the road. I think I have a pretty good map over here. So Highway 16, there's a overpass at Ustick, and then at 2026, Franklin, it's just an underpass, but there will be a pretty significant interchange there at Ustick. So that's going to be in the future a pretty big, important road as far as that east-west connection on the north side of Nampa. And so this particular project will contribute significantly to the sewer improvements in that area, as well as the Trilogy development to the south of us and Jackson's, to kind of initially get that Purdom sewer line off the ground to connect that to 11th Street. So again, like I mentioned before, about 2 months ago, Mr. Don Hubble, after years of getting offers of someone to buy Hubble Homes, he decided that in his mid-70s it was time to probably step down. And so he found a really good partner in Woodside Homes. They're based in Salt Lake City. They're part of a larger sort of international group called Sekisui House. It's based in Kyoto, Japan, actually. But we work really closely with the Salt Lake division. There's about 4 other divisions in the Mountain West, and actually in Las Vegas and Southern California. Hubble is now the largest division of Woodside Homes, but it's been really great so far the past couple months working with them. They have a lot of resources, and like I kind of alluded to before, they're more of a move-up luxury builder. So Hubble is going to be going through a little bit of transition over the next few years. We still want to offer that entry-level opportunity, because that's kind of in our DNA of allowing people to move into their first-time homes. All of us had our first home that gave us the opportunity to move on in life, but there will be kind of that other option of Woodside, the higher-end stuff. And so Northern Nampa is obviously a place that I think Woodside would be excited about expanding that brand of their home and higher-end homes there. So thank you very much for your consideration tonight. And can I just say one thing about my neighbors? I had just a couple neighbors at my neighborhood meeting, and a few people, the same neighbors that came to the P&Z. Mr. Frederick, I don't believe is here tonight, but he was very focused on safety of the lateral. We have a pathway that runs along that southern lateral, the Miller Drain. That's a Pioneer Irrigation. He wanted to make sure that we have safety precaution. He had a really tragic incident happen when he was an EMS worker, I think, in McCall. Anyway, long story short, we've committed to him on working with the irrigation district to make sure that the laterals either fenced or well marked or very clearly identified as a dangerous area for kids and playing area. That's something that we take seriously, and that I wanted to mention that was kind of his thing. And he wrote a letter, it's in your packet, about his experience there. Okay, so with that, I stand for any questions you have, and thank you.
Council, do you have any questions at this time? I think you know the practice, that we'll have you back, and if we have questions, we'll grab you at that time. Thank you so much. Okay, Parker?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Parker Bodley, Senior Planner, Nampa Planning and Zoning. There is 3 different zonings being requested here. The RS4, RMH, and then BC. The RS4 contains 226 single-family lots, and then there's 17 fourplex lots and 4 commercial lots. So that's 294 total dwelling units. The surrounding zoning county to the north, east, and west, to the south, as the applicant mentioned, Trestle Creek, which was annexed and zoned last year. They're still working on their plat, which will eventually come forward, not to this body, but the Planning and Zoning Commission. The potential findings for approval is staff had put in the staff report. It's contiguous along the south side, the southwest corner specifically. The proposed zoning meet the future land use map designation. The development proposes a mix of residence types and commercial opportunities that are compatible with the comprehensive plan, and propose a collective development. The single-family residents are similar land use to the adjacent properties. The lateral provides a substantial buffer to the existing residences on USTIC. And then the BC zoning is meant to be along collector principal arterials at major intersections, which are what Prescott Lane and USTIC Road are. Going forward, there's work being done on city services and utilities being stretched here down USTIC. There are other residences being constructed within a half mile of the development. As the applicant said, they're providing commercial opportunities while they aren't necessarily developing themselves. It'll open land up for that commercial development in the future. The frontage improvements will all be made. Right of way will be dedicated, which are obvious benefits to the city, as well as the sewer extension. These are the definitions of our zoning districts. The RS is intended for low density or urban, single-family residential, and other compatible uses. A stable, healthful environment, together with a full range of urban services. And then RMH is more of our high-density multifamily housing in close proximity to commerce, campuses, and major thoroughfare intersections. And then BC is the largest range of retail services and service establishments, also located near major thoroughfares. So those are the intents of those zoning districts. The comments, typical building correspondence, they need to follow the Title IV regulations. Fire district, this is just over 2 miles from Fire Station 3 with a 6-minute response time. And then the Pioneer Irrigation District is mentioning their easement. I will defer to Daniel for engineering comments specifically, and he can address some of that. The land uses, I've covered most of that. It's a variety of land uses. Trestle Creek is a mixed-use development. This is kind of a duplication of that. Let's see, the comprehensive plan defines smart growth as an urban planning and transportation theory that concentrates growth in compact, walkable urban centers to avoid sprawl and advocates compact, transit-oriented, walkable, bicycle-friendly land use, including neighborhood schools, complete streets, and mixed-use development with a range of housing choices. So going back to the previous hearing, it's our definition in the comprehensive plan for smart growth, touching on some of those things that Councilman Bruner brought up. The schools are shown there, just over 2 miles for elementary school and high school, and then 3.7 for the middle school. Parking, I'm sure this will come up in the discussion. They're proposing 153 spaces, which is meets the 2.25 parking spaces per unit. Didn't indicate any covered parking, but that'll be reviewed with the building permit when that comes in for those. The platted area, we've covered the number of units and the acreage, the RS4 max net density. One thing that I didn't mention is that this plat was submitted under our previous code where we analyzed it based on net density instead of our current code, which is gross. So our lot sizes are under our previous one, so it may seem a little different. But they're proposing in RS4, it's 6.7 dwelling units an acre. The lot sizes meet the requirements. As the applicant mentioned, the maximum lot size for RS4 is 7,000, and they're proposing 11,374. I believe it's based on those cul-de-sacs. They just can't get the lot sizes to work with access-wise, so they had to fit in those larger lots to make them fit with the cul-de-sacs. RMH, the proposed density is 14.6. And the lot sizes meet the requirement for those fourplexes. This is highlighting those lot sizes that are above the maximum. As you can see there at the ends of those streets. The proposed subdivision has 16% in qualified open space. Some of those green spaces they're utilizing as drainage areas, but they will also be turf, so they need to meet the ability for those to be used recreationally, and the applicant mentioned that they're working through the engineering to make that possible. So that would be a requirement for those to be able to be used recreationally. As staff will look for that to make sure it meets that requirement.
So Parker, on
Yeah.
that note, what I'm understanding is they will never be, except for, I don't know if it's that one northern one, they will never be storm drain areas where they're at risk if there were a heavy rain suddenly for that to be a drain area. They're going to be designed with the infrastructure below to where it is not considered a storm drain area. For
Correct.
safety purposes. Because
Correct.
I don't think you can have both storm drain plus open qualified green space recreationally.
Mayor, they can be designed in a way where they can be turf and also be able to be used recreationally, but while also retaining some water should a rainstorm come. Daniel would probably be best to address that, but in our code, we do allow some of that crossover between drainage and recreational use. They just have to be designed specifically for that.
For that, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And some more subdivision. Here's an overlay of the existing. I'm sure this will come up as well. We've got a list of permitted land uses in BC and conditionally land uses. I can't remember, I put this in the staff report, but we can go over this as I'm sure you'll have questions. The conditions of approval are indicated. One thing to bring up is that there's a lot of unsurety about who's going to be building what. So staff would likely recommend a development agreement to hold them to this concept plan. So when they sell to different builders, we can make sure that it gets developed according to this plan. And I will stand for any questions.
Parker, thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
I'm looking for the contiguous aspect of where we're
Sure,
contiguous
yeah.
with the city limits. Is it just that one little piece there?
The one corner, correct.
And that meets the definition of being contiguous?
Correct, Councilman.
Okay. That's my question. Actually, Mayor, I just want to make a statement too. Had this development come before the other one, this would be an example of what we'd be looking for with the transitional, having some commercial spaces, density, and then having a variety of density available. This is a nice-looking development, but again, I'm looking at the contiguous nature of it, and it just doesn't seem to be there, but it's not that big of a deal, I guess.
Okay, any other questions?
Mayor, I
Yes.
do. Parker, you referred to some larger lot sizes. Can you show us what larger lot sizes you're looking at?
Mayor and Councilwoman, when I refer to larger, I'm referring to larger according to the other lot sizes. So it may not be large. They're about 11,000 square foot lots. They're the highlighted ones there. So they're not huge lots, but in comparison to the other ones, they are larger.
We're getting closer on this project. Good job. You listened to the things that we had last time. What I'm struggling with is that we have these really large lots south of all of these crammed little ones. I would like to see this open up and be a little bit more fluid through here, I guess, and I hate these little offshoots where it comes down. I can't read that street name.
Can you go down there and point at the...
And it goes, do you see what I'm saying? Like it's a street and it just looks like there's like these random lots that are stacked this way and then they're stacked this way just to
You're
cram them
talking on
in
the
there.
left of our screen, over there
Yep.
in the, yes, there.
I do not like that. I want these sizes to be bigger, but you're saying that they're already maximum, some of them are already maximum size for this zone, so we would have to go to an RS8? If we want bigger than this?
Mayor and Councilwoman, the RS4 allows for up to 7,000, so up to 7,000 square feet. So if they were going to make a change to the lots, it would likely require a different zoning. So if they're requesting an RS6, then we can get larger lots. But in this zone, these lots, majority meet that RS4 zoning.
Could you go back? Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
So I just don't understand why we would want an RS4 right next to these big lots. It just doesn't feel like that flows. Why would we do that?
Could you go back to, and I'm right there with you, could you go back to the slide that shows the various zones? So let's look at the compatibility one that show what the zones are. So,
Let me make sure I can find it here. It may be in the applicant's presentation.
normally you have, okay, there we go. RS7, RS6, RS7, and the rest is just county, correct?
Correct.
Okay. A question for the applicant might be why they went with RS4 versus RS6 or 7? RS6 for this?
Parker, if we did RS6, what is the maximum lot size then for that?
Mayor and Councilwoman, I'm not sure if that would require a new application at that point. That may be a legal question, but it would require, a redesign of the subdivision essentially.
Mayor, if you mind, I just have one more question. So we talked about Fire Station 3 and 3 developments tonight alone that would feed Fire Station 3. We talked about the one that's already been approved, the one that we just denied, but could be coming back for us, and then this one all feeds that same fire station. And I heard 2 different times, 6-minute response time and a 7-minute response time. So somewhere in between that, that's on the very high end of what we want. Do we have any plans for a new fire department in this area that would feed some of this? Fire station, sorry.
Mayor and Councilman, I'll defer to Ron to answer that question.
There's a lot of development for one that's already bursting.
Mayor, Councilmember Jangula, we are looking at a new station in North Nap. We haven't necessarily pegged down a specific spot yet, but it is in our future. It's not necessarily the next one, but it is, it will be a planned station that will be on our CIP eventually, so.
And that wouldn't feed this one, correct? It would feed the ones up north that we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, it would be geared more towards the
Okay.
stuff closer to Highway 2026, so,
And this one would still be Station 3?
yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Parker at this time? No? Okay, Parker, thank you very much. So this is a public hearing. What do we have? Or who do we have on deck? Anyone?
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone signed up.
Okay. Interesting that we don't have anyone signed up. Is there someone here that had intended to testify this evening? Yes, come on forward. Go ahead and give us your name and address. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Daniel Bugley. I have resided at 7493 Ustick Road for the past 30 years and 2 months. Since we're all sharing our agricultural backgrounds, I grew up on a farm in upstate New York, which my father purchased in 1939 and my grandmother sold out from under him in 1970. I would rather be farming than anything else. I understand this development is coming whether we like it or not. I will always side with agriculture. I despise developers with every ounce of my energy. My concerns are privacy. At the last discussion on this piece of property, I was told we could not have a berm because the city has decided berms were not effective for water usage. I'm wondering why we couldn't have a berm with rocks on it that don't require water, which would provide sound deadening and privacy. I'm probably 2 miles from the new high school over on Linden. On Friday night during football season, I might as well have a seat at the bleachers. I can hear every word of the play-by-play. I no longer have the privacy I once did. I would like to talk about lighting, minimum lighting in the subdivision, also the fencing, and berms and the green landscaping. I have a problem with the mixed use. I think throughout the nation we're finding that mixed use utopia ideas are not working. We have commercial structures popping up like rows of corn between the cheese plant and Caldwell. I think that's where the commercial development needs to be, not in residential areas. We managed to come up with tax breaks for large businesses to move into our community, hoping that they will provide jobs. I think the upcoming task of this body and other bodies throughout the nation will be to figure out how to preserve ag or figure out what your children and your grandchildren are going to eat, because you can't pave all the farm ground and expect to have food on your table. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Which property is your property in this?
Prescott Lane only runs from Chinden to Ustick. If it continued south, that's my driveway. So if you look at the right-hand side, come straight down there, I'm the property in the back that goes, my back property line is the Miller lateral.
Okay, right there where, there you have
That's
that.
me right there, yes.
That's you. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular project? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for, Well, first of all, council, do you have any questions that that we need to address before Patrick does his closing comments? So we don't have to have him back and forth? Yes,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
did you say something about a turn lane already? And I was sleeping, or? Madam Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, their traffic study calls for them to do some intersection improvements at Ustick and Prescott, an eastbound left turn lane and a westbound right turn lane. And then at Ustick and Boggs, which I believe is their entrance road, we'll need an eastbound left turn lane and a westbound right turn lane as well. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I don't know if it's Daniel or Parker, this berm issue that was brought up, can somebody respond to that?
Mayor and Councilman, I'm not sure where the berm is suggested by the property owner, the neighbor. I would assume it's along the commercial piece. It's not a requirement in that zone, unless the council wishes to add it as a condition. Our current landscape code has put into effect some drought tolerant language, which could be added as part of a berm. We would just have to meet our current landscaping composition code, so a certain amount of grass, a certain amount of rock. So it's possible.
So berms are not something that we are, I don't remember ever saying that we are not in favor of a berm if it's in the proper location.
Mayor and Councilman, we recently went through the drought tolerant language and added some things. That was recent, so when this went through previously and went through discussions, there was a little uncertainty about that.
Thanks.
So I have a question about the property that's immediately south of Ustick, just west of this gentleman's property. That appears to be a field there. Is that correct? Is that currently annexed in? And it doesn't appear to be. It's county at this time.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so you have BC. I vaguely remember, it seemed like when we were discussing the red BC that we discussed this property at the time. Yeah. And actually creating some type of a barrier to help protect this gentleman, Daniel's property, from the BC zone, if I remember correctly, some time ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I believe it was some landscaping and fencing.
And fencing to go in the BC to help protect these other properties. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Questions for the, okay. So Patrick, this would be your opportunity to go ahead and come forward and provide us some closing comments.
Thank you very much. The one thing I want to touch on that wasn't discussed, but the RMH fourplexes are individual lots, but they will be commonly managed and the common management company for landscaping and maintenance and everything like that. Just wanted to touch on that. So the seepage beds versus drainage ponds. Parker, is this mine? Okay, perfect. So the seepage beds, like you're saying, it's turf on top, and then they're excavated significantly underneath with a series of layers of sand and whatnot. So they look and feel just like parkland, but they actually filter water really well and quick. A drainage pond usually has like dirt on the bottom of it, and in high rain events, it will actually pond up with water, and so it's not technically usable. Though a lot of times folks use that area as like a place to throw the tennis ball with your lab or something like that, so, or play catch. But it's not, doesn't count as qualified open space. I think it's smart, Parker's suggestion, I think, for the development agreement to memorialize some of the things that are talked about today. The developer, the builder of the fourplexes will be Providence Holdings. today, and that could be more memorialized in the DA, these details, because that ownership could change in the future. Again, it's going to have to go through the design review process with the city regardless. Councilman Jangula, I'm glad, sorry, I don't know if I butchered your name.
You're good.
Sorry. The comment on the transition between the large, low density along Ustick and then on the other side of the drainage canal having our smaller lots, I think we can work within that. Your suggestion of having better transition there. So the street that goes into the cul-de-sac, those are kind of larger lots, and then on the block to the left of that, those are the smaller lots. Potentially, we could look at having every lot that is adjacent to that drainage canal upsized, and we can talk about what would make sense there. Our reasoning by having the RS4 versus the RS6 is that desire to have at least the 40-foot wide lots as opposed to being limited to the 50-foot wide, because it allows us to have a different sort of product type that is a little bit more affordable, or is just kind of a different, like, smaller, more accessible house, as opposed to everyone having just a McMansion on a small little lot. You know, some, like my parents, they live in a little kind of retirement community on a small little lot, a small little house, and it works perfectly for them. My dad doesn't want a huge yard or anything like that. So we're trying to appeal to a broader array of buyers. I know there's that transition thing. Like I said, I think we can work with it. And also, I just want to mention that strip of homes along Ustick. Eventually, Ustick, I think, is going to be 5 lanes, and Daniel, correct me. So yeah, so it's 5 lanes. So there's going to be significant right-of-way that's going to be going into their homes, unfortunately. And so I wouldn't be surprised if potentially some of those homes transition to maybe commercial in the future or something like that, to be more in line with that kind of busy Ustick street as it's kind of planned. So I think in the long term, you know, I just don't know exactly what's going to happen along Ustick, but eventually it's going to be a very busy road that's going to eat up into their front yard pretty significantly. So I don't know if the use is going to stay low density residential forever. I just don't know. And so, and then your comment on the private driveways, like you were saying, where it goes down and they all kind of go on there. I know what you're saying. They're actually some of the most desirable lots a lot of times when we open a subdivision, because it's almost like a little short dead-end street. They're limited at 150 feet in length per the city's fire department code as well as the engineering code. And it's kind of an area where no one drives on the street except for you, and you have your nice little spot. It's a little bit like a cul-de-sac, but it's really just about 20 or 25 feet wide. I know it kind of seems like odd. We can work with that per some suggestions on the south side, because since we have 2 of those right there, we do have those 2 connection points as well to the pathway along the lateral. So we'd have to accommodate that if we're gonna redesign that area down there. Again, I think that can be maybe a condition that, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, but maybe a proposed condition would be lots adjacent to the lateral should be sized at least 50 feet in width, or should be sized at a minimum of 7,500 square feet or something to that extent. I think that could potentially accomplish maybe what you're asking for. And then just to comment on Daniel's comments about the commercial development not really belonging here, but belonging maybe on a more established commercial area. I actually love the idea of having commercial very close to residences, especially this kind of neighborhood commercial thing. I know in my neighborhood, there's this one random lot that 100 years ago was permitted as like a gas station, and since then it's kind of transitioned, and now it's like a restaurant / ice cream shop, and it's like the community gathering space right across the street from the school, and it's amazing. We walk to it all the time. It's a really great place. It's where the community kind of comes together, and you don't have to hop in your car to drive somewhere, to park somewhere, to go inside somewhere. You can just walk to get your haircut, or walk to get, some apple juice because you ran out or whatnot. So I went over my time, but I think I pretty much touched on the main items that I brought up. Let me know if there's any other questions you all have.
Mayor, if I may, what's your window of price points?
The price points, so right now, kind of mirroring Franklin Village. The smaller lots are probably in the high 300s, and then the larger lots are pushing up against 400, 500, depending on the size. So when we first bring this, there's a lot of work that needs to get done to bring this particular site as far as the sewer work that we're going to have to work with the city on and with CBH and Jackson's on. So who knows where pricing is going to be then, but it's going to be, we would love to say, we're finally, pricing has come down quite a bit in the past 8 or 9 months, down to the 300s, mid 300s again. We'd love to be able to offer that because there's just so much of the community that is missing out on a home buying experience and be part of a community, so part of a new home.
So Mayor, follow up also on timing. Are you doing any type of phases, or are you grading this whole area, as was mentioned with the previous of just leaving and are you doing the grading all at one time, the whole area, or are you phasing, or what's your plan?
So I'm sorry I didn't mention that before, Councilman. We are starting from the east to the west, that we want to ensure they have the 2 points of access to Prescott on the west side and to Ustick on the south. So we'll have those 2 points of access. We'll probably have about 3 or 4 total phases. So if you can imagine it being carved up vertically, I don't think you even have the phasing plan exhibit in here, maybe in the packet, but basically it'd be between 40 and 50 lots in a phase. So you're looking at probably 3 or 4 total phases here, moving from the east to the west, but ensuring you have those 2 points of access for
Mayor, then your plan is to start when?
As soon as we can
If
get
it's
approval,
approved?
we'll start doing the engineering work. We've talked with Caleb and Daniel's office quite a bit on kind of how things are moving. I think probably Trilogy and Jackson's are waiting for us to kind of join, and then we'll start thinking about working with the sewer design, and then start as soon as we can. Start as design as as the market kind of guides us. But you need to be able to kind of flush a toilet before you can start a house. So, but there's, like I said before, there's a lot of attraction to this area. It's beautiful. It's very convenient. There's accessible. There's, like I said, there's commercial coming. There are grocery stores coming. There's stuff happening. Just kind of took a little while to get there, but it's going to be a very popular area, and the city's done a lot of investment already, and there's a lot of plans for more investment on utilities and street winding.
Yes, I agree. 16 is going to make a big difference. Yeah, thanks.
Can I ask you, why did you go with RS4 versus RS6?
So we were, as opposed to doing something like carving it up into individual zoning things, we kind of just wanted to have the RS4 in order to make sure that we had that 40-foot lot size, and then having the 50-foot lots fit within that RS4 at the time. I think the code's changed a little bit since we submitted.
Well, the planned unit development concept to where you could put lower density with higher density to create more of a planned unit,
Yeah.
right?
I think at the time we were trying to work within that framework of the RS4 as it was written last year, and it's a pretty broad stretch. I think the smallest lot size was 3,300 and the largest was 7. So you can accommodate the lot widths pretty well within there. And you can also, have a 45-foot wide lot potentially, which kind of changes the front as well. And that is one thing that Woodside has, is they kind of have a different sort of product line as opposed to just like the 40-foot or the 30-foot wide plan that you see. They'll add an extra 5 feet on that 50-foot wide or 40-foot wide plan or the 30-foot wide plan. Just kind of changes the elevation a little bit. So that's why we went with RS4. We went back and forth with it, but we really wanted, especially with the commercial and with the RMH zone, we wanted to be able to offer that smaller 40-foot lot single-family home. And so
You saw the open space design on the last development that did
Yes.
not pass, probably, right?
did I see the open?
Well, on the open space that was designed and developed, and it was really beautifully done. Can you give me an idea, what are you planning to do to make this special? Because I just see a subdivision with a ton of homes in it without necessarily that sense of community. Is there,
Yeah. I know, I need to up my budget on renderings. They have those are beautiful drawings that they had. Okay, so this one's probably the best I can show. Okay, so the kind of the main entrance along the north-south road, Prescott Lane, just north of the RMH zone, comes in with a detached sidewalk, and there is a park right in front of you that has a pathway that cuts through that large block there. So as you drive in, it will be pretty much all green as you come in. You won't even see a house on either side. It will be fully landscaped before you actually turn into it. It does have that central park in the middle, which we were kind of on trying to do like park equity, but it's nice to have a large park, at least to have your,
What's the size of that park?
that's a great question. I don't have that in front of me. I can give you a pretty good guess though. So those are, do you have that, Parker?
Have to enlarge that one.
So it's about an acre and a half. So that's kind of the central park that would have the central playground and the pavilion as we propose today. I don't know if I mentioned this before, I talked to Doug about it, but with Woodside, they have this program called Insight, and basically you would put in this particular address, it would do a big demographic study on the folks that live there, maybe interested in the area, and what amenities that they would desire, whether it's pickleball or whether it's amenities that be focused more towards kids or whether it's something more active adult, and then trying to figure out what fits best there. We don't want to throw in a bunch of tot lots and then all of our buyers are, retirees. It's not necessarily something that we want to focus on. So we're kind of leaving that. Right now, we've proposed the large playground, the pavilion, and then I think we had I don't know if my thing, but we usually do like a sport court, which is like kind of like either a basketball court or it can also be a temporary pickleball court. And we also have started doing Gaga pits, which if you have a young child, it's like this dodgeball game inside an octagon. It's actually really fun. But when we put those in, they're actually the most used park thing that we've seen. So all those are kind of on the table. We're just trying to figure out exactly what's going to fit within this particular subdivision.
Thank you.
Yeah. So also just talking a little bit about the other smaller parks, we also have the one on the top is that sand drainage area that is not usable open space, but then there's two other smaller kind of pocket parks, as we call them, that potentially could have that bocce or the Gaga pit or whatnot. And then there's opportunity for another area there. And then along the lateral, we do have that pathway network with the two connection points. And as the project, or as this particular area develops in the future, that pathway would extend and become part of a larger walkway network, which whenever we poll or survey our home buyers, the number one thing they want is walking paths and looping and things like that. And so that's always a big priority of having connectivity in that sense.
So are you putting a fence along the lateral there?
I've brought that up with Pioneer if they allow us to. A lot of times they don't want to have anything vertical within their easement. They're okay with sidewalks and things like that. But I think Pioneer's pretty easy to work with, and they can kind of hear you out, and I think it'd be very wise. A lot of times the way that we would buffer it is we have the mow kind of landscaped area, and then kind of the demarcation of danger zone, don't go, is kind of where the wild flowers and weeds kind of start before the lateral. But I know that was a major concern of Jerry, one of our neighbors, and it's something that I want us to start doing. But again, it's within that irrigation easement, so a lot of times it's kind of up to them to allow us to do it or not. Yeah.
Council, I'm sorry, I have so many questions. Council, do we have any other questions?
Madam Mayor, I have
Yes.
a question for Daniel. Daniel, when do you think that sewer will be complete?
Our goal is to start construction this fall, getting it all the way out to Star Road in 2026. That's probably a multi-year project. getting it to this location, I would say from the start of construction, we're probably 9 to 12 months.
Thank you.
I would say, is that best case scenario?
So the duration from start to finish is probably very realistic. That is starting construction this fall, that is probably best case scenario.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? And thank you for answering my questions. Are there any other questions? The applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Council discussion.
Do you have anything to say?
If there is no discussion, then then feel free if you have a motion.
Mayor, I don't have a motion just yet, but I do want to say I absolutely do not like the small lot sizes next to that low residential. I don't like that. If I could have it my way, I would do RS8 right there. I understand that people want smaller lot sizes, and that makes sense, but people also want larger lot sizes. So if we could somehow have it made to where they're larger on the outside and we work smaller on the inside, I would be fine with that, but I know that's not what the motion is tonight. Also, I do like them putting in the community, the business part of that. I really like that, and I like them putting in that, the mixed use there with I would like to see covered parking on that, but those are just my thoughts. I don't know, I'm struggling with that, those small lot sizes next to that. I can't do that.
Thank you. Any other council discussion? This does have the opportunity for a development agreement, correct? So there is that opportunity to require a little bit larger lot size on those southern ones, I would think.
That's where Mayor, that's where he said he could go up to the 7,000 condition.
What is that, RS4?
Well, they can go up to that in an RS4.
RS4.
In a 7, they can go up to 7,000. Is that correct, Rodney? Or Parker? I'm sorry, because Parker, this one was yours.
It's okay,
I apologize.
Mayor. Yeah, under the code that they submitted, the zoning was RS4, where they could go from 3,200 to 7,000. You do have the ability to waive that larger lot size requirement. So if you were to add a condition that they do larger lot sizes adjacent to that lateral, then that's a possibility.
Thank you.
Mayor Parker, can you put that back on the screen, where it had the yellow, one of those that was neighboring that was one that was 7,000, I believe. I just want to look at what that site, yeah, right there.
Mayor and Councilwoman, so the one on the furthest to west is 7,300. This middle one is 10,900. This one's 11,900.
So what you might be asking to do is to reduce the number of lots on, in the southwest area, in that area that you're looking at. And rather than, what is the size of those lots that she's referring to?
Mayor, those lots range from 4,000 to 5,000 square feet.
So maybe to increase the size to at least 7?
Mayor, for reference, our current RS4 zoning designation allows between 4,000 and 8,000 square feet.
Our current?
Correct.
Okay, so that, when this was done, it only went up to 7. So you could actually
Correct.
go up to 8,000 in those lots?
Correct.
Okay.
And that one in that corner is 75, correct? The bottom left?
73, I thought.
Correct, 73. and some change.
And most of the ones on that, the southern side, only in that furthest west side do they seem really, really small. What are the sizes of the lots as you go further east? East of the larger yellow highlighted lot. If you go further east, what size are those lots that are about the same size?
Mayor, they're about from 44 to 5,000. Oh, are you referring to the,
I'm referring to the ones furthest east.
These ones?
All of those, yeah. What are those? Because they're pretty consistent in size. What size are those lots?
Mayor, they're about 54, 58, 57. Mid 5,000s.
Okay, so what are the thoughts? Keeping in mind that there is a lateral between these properties and a walking path. So they don't abut directly. I don't know what the distance is from those properties, but it's probably, I don't know.
Mayor, the green landscaped area to the property line is about 52 feet.
Okay, not including the lateral.
The lateral, the property line will be in the middle of the lateral. Yeah.
So 52 feet from the property line to the middle of the lateral.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. What is the will of the council? We need to make a decision. Who's going to do it?
No, Randy, you go for it.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Victor.
However, I do agree with Natalie's view, but at this time, I'm just going to go for it. So I move to approve the annexation and zoning to RS4, single-family residential on 43.81 acres, RMH multiple family residential on 5.88 acres, and BC community business on 4.1 acres, for a total of 53.71 acres, and preliminary plat for the Northland subdivision at 0 Prescott Lane, with findings of approval stated in the staff report.
With all conditions.
All conditions listed in the staff report.
Mayor, can I just clarify if you'd like that as a development agreement or not?
Well, I guess we've got these three different properties, and I don't know that we've stated anything. I think you have suggested a development agreement to ensure that the renderings and what they've done is what we follow up with. Is that correct?
Mayor, that's correct. Just wasn't in the staff report,
Okay.
just stated tonight.
They have to do what they.
They have to do what they say they're going to do, and so is
Right.
that part of your motion?
That's part of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Was there a second?
Not
I'm
yet.
not sure, not yet. Okay.
I will,
Okay.
Mayor, I will second, just so we can get Natalie to have a discussion as far as wants to amend that, so.
Guys, we need to be quick. It's
Let's
getting
go.
really late, so we either need to, if we're going to do it, we need to move forward.
I will. I mean, I would, I'll start the discussion, even though I seconded that. I would amend that we do on that southern, southwest lots, that those are a minimum of 7,000 foot lots.
You got it.
Along the green belt or just in the corner?
No, well, just in that one corner. I'm talking about, if we can go back to that map.
You're talking about the entire southern boundary?
No.
No?
I'm
Just that-
I'm just
we
going to
talked
talk about
about
that
it.
area right there, where from the 7,300 that goes to the 10,000, yeah.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion.
To include that,
Yes,
To include that in a development agreement?
yes.
and we have the installment, so I will second.
So can you be clear on which lots you were talking about?
I think that we understand.
I can't see the numbers of them. Are those numbered? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So those,
6 lots.
okay, so those would be 7,000 square foot?
Minimum.
So the balance of the lots along the lateral are fine?
Well, they're about 50, he said about 55 to 5,800.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, can we have a call to call?
Any further? Okay, roll call.
Jingula.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries. Okay.
I know we're ready for 8.5. I don't know where to put my comments, Todd, because I'd like to comment on this last hearing. Am I allowed to do that, even after the fact? I didn't want to influence a vote by a comment, but am I allowed to make a comment at the conclusion of that public hearing? It's not really so much about it, it's more of a
the
public
mayor.
comment to council. I guess I'm confused in the denial on the last one and the approval on this one in an RS4. Yet the last one was a really nice subdivision, very nice subdivision. It was great, yet we denied it. And yet we approved an RS4, and I didn't want to influence this, so that's why I didn't make my comments. I wanted to leave it to the will of the council, but I am confused as a council how we're voting. It's very confusing to me because I'm feeling like there isn't any rhyme or reason to our votes. And I need to be careful with that, but I just feel like at some point I want to share it, but I didn't want to influence the council in this decision. But on the last one that we denied, everything about it was excellent, yet we denied it.
Mayor?
But it goes back to the reasoning for why we deny, and I don't know that we can have this after the fact. We cannot. Okay, so thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. I guess it's food for thought as we look to the future, just food for thought. And Patrick, thank you. Good job. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move into 8.5. This is an action item, pre-annexation and pre-zoning to RS22 single-family residential and a development agreement potentially for the North Shore Estates subdivision at 0 South Paroline Road. This is a 33.17 acre parcel, and it is for Cam Scott, KM Engineering, representing Spencer Kofed? Kofed, thank you. I knew I'd mess it up. And Tradition Capital Partners. Thank you as the applicant here this evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm actually Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering. Our address is 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise. And I am here representing Spencer with Tradition Capital Partners on this project. We're requesting pre-annexation and a planned unit development to accommodate connection to city services. This project was rezoned in the county, Cannon County, to the R1 district with some conditions attached. So there's a development agreement. One of the conditions is to connect to city services or city water. The applicant, Spencer, has been coordinating with the Bates family who farmed this property for many years. They approached him to partner with them to develop the property as part of their retirement. So we've been hearing a lot about that throughout tonight, and this is one of those circumstances where it's consistent with adjacent development, and the property owner approached our client to continue forth. He's done a lot of development in the county and does, I would say, higher level subdivisions with larger lots, and this is how they wanted the property to develop. So let's see, the city's comprehensive plan. Let's see, am I controlling this or are you? Oh, it's like, how am I? Anyway, okay, so the city's comprehensive plan, the future land use map required smaller lot sizes for this, which would have created more density. There was a little bit of a conjecture between the city's rules and the county's rules. So when this went through the rezone in the county in 2021, there was a lot of collaboration, and they ultimately decided that they would limit the subdivision to 30 lots, and they would allow they actually wanted larger lots to be located on the west side, adjacent to agricultural land, and smaller lots to be located closer to the roadway. So that's how we developed the preliminary plat. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this project when we went before them in April, and the Board of Appraisers recently recommended approval as well in June. I will note too that the applicant is part of the BCA, and they've been working to support the school bonds as well, which was mentioned by Patrick at the last project. So let's see. These are some of the conditions for the Canyon County Development Agreement. Two conditions in particular, as I mentioned, help to guide the development of the subdivision. The biggest one, obviously, over here tonight is the connection to water services. We are complying with all the other conditions were noted in the development agreement, and the preliminary plat is in the county's review queue, so we'll probably be going before their Planning and Zoning Commission soon. As the staff report notes, NAMPA's future land use map at the time that this application was submitted was low-density residential, which coincides with 1.01 dwelling units an acre. We're at 0.9 units an acre, so we're below that, but pretty consistent. And the planned unit development that we are requesting is to allow for, can you go to the next one? Thanks. This is the layout, and then the next one after this, I think. Okay, yeah, so the planned unit development that we're requesting is to allow for a little bit of variance in the lot sizes. This is due to the characteristics of the property. We'll be leaving the lateral open and really wanted to situate the homes in a way that would be nice, centered around a central open space and then a nice entry amenity to the subdivision as well. So we're proposing one point of access to Lake Shore. We'll be stubbing to the west to accommodate future development, which you can see here. And then we're proposing to tie into the pressurized irrigation, which is from the Table Meadows subdivision at the northeast corner of the site. We'll be connecting with water at the northwest corner of the site, and we'll extend that through the subdivision. We were not able to get sewer to work. It was too high, so we're going to be including individual septic systems for the subdivision until city sewer is available and can be extended. And then landscaping that we're proposing is about 5 acres, which is a little over 18% of the overall site. We'll be including 25-foot landscape buffers to the roadways, as well as some vegetative trees and shrubs. As I mentioned, one of the conditions for the development agreement with the county was to have a really nice entryway amenity, so we worked on signage and landscaping that would be a really welcoming thing along Lakeshore Drive on the south side there where B is indicated. So if you click a couple, I think I have an image or two. So I think this will be a really nice community and a very nice addition to the area. It'll be consistent with the agricultural uses as well as some of the lower density residential that's to the north. And will provide a really nice opportunity for Nampa to have maybe a heritage type of subdivision when it is eligible for annexation in the future. So really want to thank staff for their help throughout this process. They've been extremely helpful and have helped us navigate a lot of the twists and turns involved with this process. And I'll stand for any questions you may have. We're in agreement with the conditions of the staff report and appreciate your time.
Mayor, my usual price point, I've taken this is higher end, so.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Brunner, I don't know the answer to that question, but our client is here and he may be able to give you a little bit of an idea on the range.
Okay. Can that happen now?
Sure, yeah. Want to come on up and maybe.
Spencer Kofit, 8454 Brookhaven Place, Middleton, Idaho. I've done a lot of these subdivisions, and they've gone up recently. It was more in the 500 to 600 range. A lot of these are in the 700 and 800 and 900 range now.
That's what I would expect.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thanks.
So you said this will be going before Canyon County Planning and Zoning?
Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Has there been any discussion regarding ag ground preservation? Because we're really into that ag ground that we're trying to preserve, and this is like right in it.
Yeah.
So help me understand what their thought is on that.
Madam Mayor, so this project went before their Board of County Commissioners in 2021, and they approved it. I believe that was before their current comprehensive plan was adopted. So I know that recently they've had some large agricultural preservation initiatives they've been putting into place. I think, because it's already zoned, it was contemplated for 1 acre lots at the time that they allowed it to become rezoned. It is consistent with adjacent development. It would be compatible. And I don't know that they would, it kind of remains to be seen, right? So we need to go before them to have these discussions. We've been kind of in preliminary discussions with staff, and they wanted us to go before you all, before going before their Planning and Zoning Commission.
So I understand it's already approved through.
Madam Mayor,
in
the zoning is
2021.
approved, the layout, the preliminary plat has not been approved.
there you
So
go.
one of the
So the
conditions.
zoning
of-
is there,
Yep,
yeah.
correct. One of our conditions of the zoning approval was to get a pre-annexation with the city of Nampa.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All righty. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Mayor, Council, Doug Critchfield, Planning and Zoning. Happy Stampede Week. So the applicant, Stephanie, did a good job, and I'll try not to duplicate what it is that she presented this evening. The reason that the applicant is going through this process is to receive a letter of approval from the city when they go through the county who has jurisdiction over this lot, that the city would provide the water connection as well as the approval. And then in turn, when this property is annexed, or when the city limits come close to the property and they adjoin, that the property will automatically be annexed into the city. So, as was mentioned by the applicant, this is adjacent to other subdivisions out there. The density of these subdivisions, it is about 1.7 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre in the Table Meadow subdivision. The Lewis and the Grays Farm subdivision are around 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre, and then the ag land to the south and the east is about 0.5 dwelling units per acre. The character in the area is rural to semi-rural, and the utilities will be brought to the site by the applicant. And power line and lakeshore are collector roads, which are both going to be 80 feet wide. In the development agreement that the applicant mentioned, the plat, the county required that the plat be designed to place larger size lots near the adjacent farm ground. And so we took all these things into consideration when we did the analysis. There are 3 criteria that we look at for this approval. The first being is if the project is within the limitations imposed by the comprehensive plan. The area that we looked at, or the future land use designation that we looked at, was medium dense or low density residential. I'm sorry, I'm a little groggy this evening. The gross density on the parcel is 0.9 dwelling units per acre. That's the gross density. Largely that has to do with the fact that the Reidenbach Canal takes up quite a bit of the area through the middle of the development. The comprehensive plan allowance is 1.01 dwelling units per acre, but the Nampa City Code allows the council to accommodate the difference in density in the hookup and pre-annexation agreement. The density is generally compatible with the area. To the north, the lots are adjacent to Table Meadows. They match pretty much in size. And then the larger lots, as mentioned in the development agreement with the county, are on the exterior of the property. The traffic impact study was not required for this development. The second criteria is that the project meets city standards and code requirements. In a planned unit development, which this was submitted as, lots cannot exceed 1 acre in the current RS22 zoning district. All of the lots are within that range, with exception of lot 11 on block 1, which is a flag lot. City code says that that lot is measured based on the size of the lot without the flagpole. In this case, it's about a 47,000 square foot lot without the flagpole. And again, the accommodation for that lot, because of the layout, can be accommodated in the pre-annexation agreement. In terms of our analysis of all the other standards and the city standards that apply, walks and roadways, landscape buffer, the project appears to have met all those requirements and standards and code. The landscape plan that was submitted, the qualified open space is over 15%, so that meets the code. And then the last criteria is that the Board of Appraisers recommend a utility connection, which they did on June 29th for a water connection to the site. The Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval on April 11th of this year. And in terms of the zoning of this property, at the time of annexation into the city of Nampa, the city will evaluate and assign the zoning district that most closely matches the land use and that fits within the future land use designation assigned to this parcel. In terms of our correspondence, we had two citizens respond with concerns about traffic, loss of farmland, crime, and loss of peace and quiet. And also Mr. Kelso, who indicated that they were concerned about a disintegration of his way of life, loss of ag land, and a desire to reduce the number of lots. The comments from the irrigation district were to preserve the Reidenbach Canal, which is an 80-foot easement, 40 foot on each side. The other comments from the agencies were standard comments. Fire department station number 2 is about 2.5 miles to the north. The recommended conditions of approval are stated in your staff report, noting particularly number 2, where it includes those provisions that were talked about earlier about the lot size and the density addition to the agreement. And then number 7, this is a new addition for condition of approval that the developer use WaterSense labeled controllers and flow meters as discussed in the city code for water conservation, and that those be shared in the CC&Rs with the landowners on the property. So the proposed findings are stated in your staff report that generally that the plan meets the comprehensive plan and that it meets also the city's standards and code requirements, both with the exceptions as was stated earlier, and that the Board of Appraisers have shown that water service is available and can support this project. And the findings for denial are also stated in your staff report. And with that, I've listed potential motions and can take any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions for Doug? Mhm. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for an email that you sent to Dan Lister that said that this project wouldn't fit in with the city of Nampa unless they had a 1 acre lots, right?
No, the mayor and council member Rodriguez. So there was a lot of communication back and forth with the county and the developer on this project. At the time of the application, the lot sizes, they went through several iterations on the lot sizes on this project. And that was probably a communication with Dan about the lot size potential on this, so that it couldn't exceed 1 acre on this parcel.
Okay, so I finally found it. It's from you to Dan Lister. It says, Rodney and I discussed the development further. In addition to the email sent you yesterday, it was important to note the city's development philosophy for properties within the area of impact is to discourage subdivision development in unincorporated properties without utility connections. So what changed then?
So on this parcel here, again, we're responding to a request from the county on the project. We have a future land use map. This is within the area of impact. And so we measure the applications that we get against the future land use map for that area. And in this case, the project meets the conditions of the future land use map, with exception, again, of the 1 lot and then the density.
Okay.
Well, and actually, if I could comment, what I heard, this has already been approved in the county back in 2021.
Right.
We're applying the zoning to it and the plat, but the actual approval of this already took place.
Oh, okay.
And so that's the big difference right here for me, is that it's already been approved in the county. It's just right now we're looking at, am I correct in stating the plat and how you've laid it out, which is very nicely done. So it's because it's already, we're just applying a zoning to it, to what's already been approved in the county, and then they're looking to pre-annexation and the pre-zoning, which is good. that's taking place because they're adhering to our guidelines. So,
And Mayor, if I may mention, we are working with the county on a common response to ag preservation for questions that come up within the area of impact. And so we will continue to bring that forward as we develop that language.
Well, that was what I was getting at, was the area of impact.
Thank
and
you.
ag land. So I know they were approved, Mayor, but I was just going to want to clarify in my mind about that. Thank you.
thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing. Do we have anyone signed up?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
It doesn't look like it. So is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular matter?
Who's here?
And seeing none, this is an opportunity for our applicant to come back and to provide any closing comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I have a whole lot to add, so thank you for your time.
So I think the clarification for me on this particular project is that it was already approved back in 2021, and what you're coming for, and I have to say I appreciate the fact that we're doing a pre-annexation and the pre-zoning for it, and to pre-approve it so that it's ready to go, and that the design is in keeping with what we need for our community, and so that's, which is excellent. I thank you for adhering to that. So, thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Council, what's the will of the council? Go for it.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve pre-annexation and development agreement for North Shore Estate subdivision and zoning to be determined by the city council at the time of annexation to most closely match the subdivision layout and density as submitted with the pre-annexation application at 0 South Powerline Road for Cam Scott KM Engineering, with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Nice layout. Good job. It looks nice. Thank
Sorry you had
you.
to wait so long.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You want to stay and listen to more?
Had to be entertaining, yeah. Well, maybe not entertaining, yeah, but interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Okay, Daniel, we're ready for an action item. This is 8.6. This is the annexation and zoning for multiple portions of road right-of-way. Daniel, I'm not going to go through them. I'll let you, to the extent that you need to.
So I will try to keep this as very brief as possible, but give you all the information you need so that Rodney can just say, do you have any questions? And he can be the faster planner tonight. So as part of our standard agreements with the highway districts, we have agreed to take over roadways where we place our utilities. We review that with them annually. So we did that earlier this spring, identified these roadways as roadways that we have taken over responsibility for maintenance of already. And so this is just the hearing to bring these into the city limits to clean up that jurisdictional ownership. There are 14 right-of-way segments, and then there are 2 properties at the intersection of Orchard and Middleton that are included in this annexation. They were part of the right-of-way negotiations. They needed to connect to city utilities as part of that roadway project, and so the highway district's negotiations with them included their agreement to annex as soon as it became contiguous, and so we are exercising those annexation agreements that they agreed to. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Good job, Daniel. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Rodney.
Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. I will be, I think this was one of the longer staff reports, and I'm going to try to make it the quickest presentation. I do need to point out just a couple of small things. There was some comments, agency comments. First of all, the MOU with the district, that is going to be fine. but the correspondence from Pioneer Irrigation, just wanted to point it out that they indicated that several parcels owed the district money and requested we require property owners pay the assessments before annexation is complete. And again, I think they just misunderstood that we're not requesting the annexation of many of the parcels all the parcels they pointed out. We were requesting the right-of-way out in front of those parcels. And so just a misunderstanding by their part. And
Has that
other than
misunderstanding been cleared? I think it's important that there is a discussion and that gets cleared. So I just want to make sure it does get.
Mayor, I believe Caleb had a conversation with them regarding that. It is not, oftentimes the irrigation districts think that if we annex it, it impacts their ability to collect the fees. That is not an accurate representation. Just by the city annexing the property, it does not change their ability to, any of their remedies to collect fees that they are owed.
Well, we're annexing parcels of roadway, not annexing.
There are two parcels that are private, that are full private ownerships. But once again, the annexation does not change their process or anything, their ability to collect the fees that they are owed.
Are those property owners requesting to be annexed? Or are we asking
They
them?
agreed to be annexed as part of the right-of-way negotiations for the Middleton and Orchard property. And there are signed agreements, and those are in the packet showing those agreements that were made.
And Mayor, none of the parcels that the irrigation district pointed out were the two parcels that are being requested for annexation. They were all parcels next to the right-of-way.
Right-of-way. Thank you so much, Rodney. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
And then I'm just going to go through these, just kind of slide through them just for record's sake. Here are the proposed findings for approval. I think it's pretty clear that these are all met because of this being right of way. And here's potential motions for your consideration.
Turn my mic on and say thank you. So this is a public hearing, and is there anyone signed up to testify?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this matter? And seeing no one, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. What is the will of the council on this matter?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the annexation and zoning for multiple portions of road rights of way with zoning to match adjacent parcels at various locations throughout the city of Nampa described in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report for Caleb Leclerc, representing City of Nampa Engineering Division.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes our public hearings this evening. We're going to move back into new business items, and we're going to go to action item 7.7. This is an action item. The Nampa Family Justice Center is requesting approval to apply for a 2023 Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program from the Idaho State Police in the amount of $71,410 over a 5-month period beginning 8/1/2023, ending 12/31/2023. The grant application is for equipment purchases for the Nampa Family Justice Center and the Nampa Police Department, as well as the Nampa Family Justice client rent and utilities.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.8 is an action item. This is to accept the recommendation of first choice and second choice rosters by evaluation committee, and to authorize the mayor and the public works director and/or city engineer to formalize negotiations and contracts with the first choice firms and potential second choice firms when necessary for consultant services as outlined in the City of Nampa's request for qualifications miscellaneous professional services term agreement for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, with an option to renew for 1 additional year, and this has been reviewed and approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I will abstain from this vote.
Thank you. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.9 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance annexing a portion of the underlying irrigation districts into the municipal irrigation district of the city of Nampa, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and annexing a portion of the underlying irrigation district into the municipal irrigation district of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.10 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to execute the state and local agreement for Leading Idaho Local Bridge Program, Bridge KN 27745 and LIBI number 2.3.1 for the City of Nampa project with Local Highway Technical Assistance Council, which is LTAC, to initiate the design of the project. This is approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.11 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract change order with Iron Horse LLC in the amount of $142,984 for the additional work performed on Zone A sewer rehab, and it was approved in the FY23 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our new business items. We have concluded our public hearings, and now we'll move to Section 9 on the agenda, which is unfinished business, and we're going to begin with Action Item 9.1. This is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance of annexation and zoning to RS6, a zoning district for a 3.35-acre parcel at 2702 Southside Boulevard for the Buddhist Society of Idaho, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 2702 Southside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, County Parcel R2115, comprising approximately 3.35 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS6, single-family residential, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RS6, single-family residential, on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance of annexation and zoning to light industrial zoning district and a potential development agreement for 4 parcels totaling 35.86 acres at 0 Ustick Road for River Range, Idaho, representing Dan Devlin and Hilda Devlin. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 Ustick Road, Nampa, Idaho, county parcels R3436101, R3436111, R343611012, and R3436301, comprising approximately 35.86 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned IL Light Industrial, subject to certain conditions, declaring that said lands be by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa and to designate said property as IL Light Industrial on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Code you.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our regular business meeting. I would ask for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061J, and this is to consider labor contract matters authorized underneath this section.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.